Welcome in, my tired potatoes. I know you need that sleep with a little history, so let's snuggle up. We're going back in time to the floating world of Edo period Japan, where you're about to step into the hidden life of a geisha in Kyoto's oldest, Hanamachi. Tonight, you'll experience the rhythm of days filled with silk and shamisen strings, green tea and golden lamplight in a world that existed behind paper screens and beneath the glow of lantern-lit streets. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below in the comments, where in the world you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now close your eyes and let yourself drift back to a time when art was currency, conversation was craft, and beauty took a lifetime to perfect. You wake to the sound of water being poured into a basin somewhere below. The tatami beneath your futon still holds the night's coolness, and through the shoji screen, early light filters in with that particular quality unique to Kyoto mornings. Soft, almost lavender-tinted, as if the city itself is reluctant to fully wake. Your room is small but immaculate. A single scroll hangs in the alcove featuring autumn grasses painted with 3 brush strokes. Nothing more. The simplicity is intentional, cultivated, a kind of luxury that takes years to understand. You hear the okiya coming to life around you. The house where you live with 7 other geisha and maiko operates like a breathing organism, each person a vital part synchronized to rhythms established over centuries. Somewhere, Yoroka-san, the woman who runs this house, is already reviewing the day's appointments in her ledger, her reading glasses perched on her nose, calculating which geisha will attend which tea house and which patron has requested whose company. She manages this establishment with the precision of a ship's captain and the intuition of a chess master. The smell of rice cooking drifts upward. Not the quick modern kind, but rice that has been soaking since yesterday, now steaming in proper wooden containers that give it a faintly sweet, almost nutty aroma. Your stomach responds with a small, polite rumble. You've learned to eat breakfast slowly, mindfully, because the rest of your day will be a careful dance of timing, and rushing anything, even a meal, disrupts the flow. You fold your futon with the automatic precision of someone who has performed this task thousands of times. Each fold must be exact. The bedding is stored in the closet behind you, and when you slide the door shut, the room transforms from sleeping space to living space in seconds. This transformation happens throughout the okiya every morning. Private becomes public, rest becomes preparation, and the intimate architecture of sleep disappears without a trace. Downstairs, you kneel at the low table where breakfast has been set, miso soup still steaming. Pickled vegetables in small dishes, daikon radish, cucumber and eggplant, each with its own distinct sharpness. A small piece of grilled fish, probably mackerel, its skin crispy and salty. The rice is perfect, each grain separate yet cohesive and slightly glossy. You eat with chopsticks that feel like extensions of your fingers, and you eat slowly, aware that one of the younger maiko is watching you from the corner of her eye, learning how to move, how to hold herself, and how to exist in space with grace. After breakfast comes the first bath. In the Edo period, bathing was an art form unto itself, and in your okiya the tradition continues with religious devotion. The water is heated to exactly the right temperature. Hot enough to open your pores, not so hot that it reddens your skin. You scrub yourself outside the tub first, sitting on a small wooden stool, using a rough cloth and rice bran powder that leaves your skin smooth and faintly fragrant. Only then do you enter the water, letting it envelope you completely, feeling the heat work its way into your muscles, softening the places that hold tension from last night's performance. You soak for exactly the amount of time that feels right, not rushed, not indulgent. The bathroom is simple, with wooden walls that have darkened with age and steam and a small window that looks out onto the inner courtyard where a stone lantern sits among carefully raked gravel. Sometimes you think about how much of your life happens in these in-between spaces, not the grand tea houses where you perform, not the private moments in your room, but these transition zones where you prepare yourself, transform yourself, and become the person the outside world expects to see. After the bath, your skin is wrapped in a cotton robe, and you return to your room to begin the day's real work. But first, there's tea. Not the formal tea ceremony you'll perform later for guests, but a simple cup of sencha, green and grassy, drunk while sitting by the window watching sparrows argue over territory on the roof tiles across the narrow street. This moment, this small pocket of unscheduled time, is precious because it belongs entirely to you. The morning sun is fully up now, and the hanamachi is waking in earnest. You can hear the vegetable seller making his rounds, his voice calling out the day's offerings in a melody that hasn't changed in generations. Someone is practicing shamisen in a nearby okiya, the notes stumbling over a difficult passage, repeating until suddenly they flow correctly. The sound makes you smile because you remember being that maiko, your fingers cramping, and your teacher's patient insistence that you try again and again and again until muscle memory replaced conscious thought. Your hair, still damp from the bath, is beginning to dry. You run your fingers through it, feeling its weight and texture. Later, it will be dressed in the traditional style, but for now, it hangs loose down your back, a rare informality. You catch your reflection in a small hand mirror. Your face bare of the white makeup, your features your own. This face, unadorned, is the one you see least often. The irony isn't lost on you. You spend hours each day applying elaborate makeup to create a mask of beauty. Yet this simple, clean face looking back at you holds its own quiet authenticity. The Okiya's cat, an ancient tabby named Tama who answers to no one, appears in your doorway. She eyes you with the imperial disdain that only cats can manage, then decides you're acceptable and jumps onto your lap. Her purring is like a small motor, and you stroke her fur while finishing your tea. Tama has lived in this okiya longer than you have. She's seen Maiko become geisha, watched women retire and observed the endless cycle of seasons and ceremonies with the same detached interest she brings to watching birds. You envy her simplicity sometimes. The dressing room on the second floor is where magic happens, though calling it magic seems wrong. It's more like architecture. The careful construction of beauty using specific materials and techniques perfected over centuries. You enter this room as yourself and exit as a geisha, and the transformation is so complete that sometimes you barely recognize the woman in the mirror. You begin with your undergarments, a thin cotton nagajuban that goes on first, tied with a simple cord. The fabric is soft from countless washings, and it settles against your skin like a familiar embrace. Over this goes a second layer, slightly more substantial, with a white collar that will be visible at the nape of your neck. This collar must be positioned exactly right, showing precisely the correct amount of skin. Too much looks sloppy, too little looks prudish. You've measured this distance so many times that your hands know it instinctively, but you still check in the mirror. Twice. The kimono comes next. Today's choice is a deep indigo silk with a subtle pattern of waves rendered in a slightly different shade of blue. The kind of detail you notice only when light hits the fabric at certain angles. The kimono is heavy, reassuringly so, and putting it on requires a specific sequence of movements. Left side first, always. Then the right side overlaps it, creating the closure that wraps your body. The opposite way is reserved for dressing the dead, and this superstition is so deeply ingrained that doing it wrong would feel like inviting disaster. Your dresser, an older woman named Fumiko who's been dressing geisha for 40 years, arrives to help with the obi. This wide belt of brocaded silk is a masterpiece on its own. Today's features chrysanthemums in gold and copper thread against a background of deepest green. The obi is 4 meters long and nearly 30 centimeters wide, and tying it properly requires 2 people, specific padding, multiple cords, and about 20 minutes of precise work. Fumiko works with the concentration of a surgeon. She wraps, folds, tucks, and ties with movements so practiced they seem choreographed. The obi must be tight enough to hold the kimono closed and maintain your posture, but not so tight that you can't breathe or bend. Finding this balance is an art form. She uses an obi makura, a padded cushion, to create the foundation for the bow at your back. Then begins the complex process of folding the silk into the traditional taiko musubi style, the drum-shaped bow worn by geisha. You stand perfectly still during this process, arms slightly extended, breathing slowly. You learned early in your training that fighting the constriction of the obi only makes it uncomfortable. Instead, you relax into it, Let it support your spine, and use it as a kind of external skeleton that enforces perfect posture. Your breath becomes measured, flowing into your upper chest rather than your belly. This restriction changes how you move through the world. Smaller steps, more deliberate gestures, and a consciousness of your own body in space that borders on meditation. While Fumiko works on the obi, you can see other geisha in various stages of preparation. One is having her hair dressed, sitting perfectly motionless while the hairdresser's hands fly through her hair with pins and combs and pomade. Another is applying the first layer of white makeup to her face, using a brush and a mixture that smells faintly of camellia oil. The room hums with quiet industry, punctuated by occasional murmured instructions or requests. The makeup comes after you're fully dressed, and this is the part that truly completes the transformation. You sit at a low table with a mirror propped in front of you, and you begin with bintsuka oil, rubbing it into your face and neck and the exposed part of your chest. The oil creates a base and helps the white makeup adhere evenly. Then comes the white paste itself, a mixture that has evolved over time but still maintains its characteristic opacity, its ability to create a blank canvas. You apply it with a wide brush, starting at your hairline and working downward, using smooth strokes that leave no streaks or patches. The coverage must be complete, transforming your skin into porcelain. You leave 3 bare triangular points at the nape of your neck, a design element that has erotic significance in traditional Japanese culture, though most modern observers have forgotten why. The contrast of white makeup and natural skin at these points creates a visual tension, an intimacy that feels more revealing than actual nudity. Your face in the mirror is now a white mask, expressionless, waiting for features to be drawn back on. You take a thin brush and black ink and carefully outline your eyes, extending the line slightly outward to create an almond shape. Then come the eyebrows, drawn higher than your natural brows, with a slight arch that gives you a look of perpetual gentle surprise. Red pigment goes on your eyelids, just a touch, enough to add warmth. Then your lips, painted with a red so deep it's almost black, applied carefully to make your mouth appear smaller than it is. A rosebud of colour in the white expanse. The effect is startling. You look like a painting, a woodblock print come to life, utterly artificial and utterly beautiful. Your individual features have been subordinated to an ideal, a collective vision of beauty that has been refined over centuries. Some visitors from the West find this unsettling, this erasure of individual identity in favour of artistic perfection. But you understand it differently. The white makeup isn't hiding who you are, it's creating a space where you can become something more than yourself, where you can embody an ideal and perform a role that's larger than any single person. The final elements come quickly now. White foundation on your hands and wrists, perfectly blended where it meets your natural skin tone. Hair ornaments. Today, a simple but elegant arrangement of silk flowers and tortoiseshell combs. Your fan folded and tucked into your obi. The small purse containing powder for touch-ups, a handkerchief, and perhaps a few coins. You stand and Fumiko makes a final adjustment to your obi, tugging it fractionally to the left. You catch sight of yourself in the full-length mirror and experience that momentary dislocation you never quite get used to. The disconnect between who you feel like inside and who you see outside. The woman in the mirror is elegant, poised, and perfect. She looks like she never rushes, never stumbles, and never doubts herself. She looks like she was born knowing exactly how to move through the world with grace. You know better, of course. You remember your first attempts at putting on a kimono, getting the left and right sides confused. You remember the time you tripped on your own hem and fell spectacularly during a dance performance. You remember crying in frustration when you couldn't get the shamisen to produce anything but discordant noise. But that's the secret, isn't it? The perfection is performed, practiced, and earned through thousands of hours of repetition until the artificial becomes natural, until the mask and the face beneath it merge into something new. Your teacher arrives at 2 p.m, as she does every Tuesday and Friday, carrying her shamisen in its protective case and wearing an expression of calm expectation. Tomiko-sensei is in her 70s, small and compact, with hands that show the evidence of a lifetime spent coaxing music from silk strings. She's been teaching for longer than you've been alive, and she maintains standards that would make drill sergeants seem lenient. The lesson room is on the 3rd floor, away from the main traffic of the Okia, with windows that look out over neighbouring rooftops toward the mountains in the distance. The afternoon light is perfect here, warm but not harsh, and the room itself has excellent acoustics, a happy accident of its proportions and the materials used in its construction. You kneel on the tatami with your shamisen, and Tomiko-sensei kneels across from you, and for the next 2 hours nothing exists except music. You begin with scales, as you always do, basic finger exercises that you've been practicing for years, that you'll practice for the rest of your life, because these fundamentals are the foundation of everything else. Your left hand presses the strings at precise points along the neck, while your right hand strikes them with the bachi, the large plectrum that produces the shamisen's characteristic bright percussive sound. The notes ring out clear and true, and you move through the pattern with your eyes half closed, feeling rather than thinking. Tomiko-sensei listens with absolute attention, her face giving nothing away. Then she raises one hand slightly. Stop. You stop. She demonstrates a phrase, her fingers flying over the strings with a speed and precision that seems impossible given her age. She plays it once, twice, 3 times, then nods at you. You attempt to replicate it. Your fingers stumble over the far section. She shows you again, slower this time, breaking down the movement into components. You try again. Better, but not right. Again, again, again. This is how learning works in traditional Japanese arts. Not through lengthy explanations or theoretical frameworks, but through observation, imitation, and repetition. Your teacher shows you. You attempt to copy. She corrects. You try again. The process is simultaneously frustrating and meditative. There's no shortcut, no way to think yourself into competence. Your body must learn, and your muscles must develop their own memory, and this takes time measured not in hours but in years. Between musical phrases, Tomiko-sensei occasionally offers commentary. A story about a famous geisha from decades past who could play this particular piece while simultaneously carrying on a witty conversation. A memory of her own teacher, who would rap students' knuckles with the bachi if their posture slipped. An observation about the emotional quality of a certain passage, how it should sound like cherry blossoms falling into water, or wind through bamboo, or the last light of evening. These comments seem random and tangential, but they're actually deeply instructional. They're teaching you to hear music not just as notes, but as emotion, atmosphere, and narrative. The shamisen isn't merely an instrument to be mastered technically. It's a tool for creating particular feelings in listeners, for enhancing the mood of an evening, and for telling stories without words. After shamisen comes dance practice. You change into a lighter practice kimono, still traditional but easier to move in, and meet your dance teacher in the larger studio on the 2nd floor. Reiko-sensei is younger than Tomiko-sensei but no less exacting. She's a former geisha herself, and she moves with a fluidity that makes every gesture look effortless. Today you're working on a piece about the changing seasons, and you're currently focused on the autumn section. The movements are subtle, a turn of the wrist suggesting falling leaves, a slight tilt of the head evoking melancholy, and a sweeping step that somehow conveys the cooling of the year. Nothing is literal. Everything is suggestion, implication, or the outline of an idea rather than the idea itself. Reiko-sensei watches you move through the sequence, then stops you. Your hand position was wrong. It should be rotated slightly more outward. Fingers together rather than spread, thumb tucked. She demonstrates. You try again. She stops you again. Your weight distribution is off. You're leaning too far forward, breaking the line of your body. Adjust, continue, stop. The angle of your fan is wrong. Again. Again. You've been practicing this particular dance for 3 months and you're maybe halfway to performance ready. This is normal. A complex piece might take a year or more to learn properly, and even then you'll continue refining it for the rest of your career. The depth of these traditional arts is bottomless. You can spend a lifetime exploring them and still find new layers, new subtleties, and new possibilities. What strikes visitors about geisha training is the intensity of focus on details that seem almost invisible. The precise angle of a finger, the exact timing of a turn, the quality of your breath between phrases. But this attention to minute detail is what creates the overall effect of effortless grace. When every small element is perfected, the whole becomes more than the sum of its parts. Between dance and shamisen, you also study tea ceremony, calligraphy, traditional poetry, flower arrangement, and games like Go and Mahjong. You continue studying these arts throughout your career because geisha are expected to be accomplished conversationalists. An accomplishment requires knowledge. You need to be able to discuss literature with a professor, play a decent game of Go with a businessman, arrange flowers according to seasonal aesthetics, and compose a haiku that doesn't embarrass you. The education is practical but also philosophical. You're learning not just how to perform certain actions, but how to think aesthetically, how to recognize beauty in its many forms, and how to create and maintain atmosphere. These skills transfer across contexts. The attention to detail you bring to arranging flowers influences how you arrange yourself in space. The timing you learn in music affects the rhythm of your conversation. Everything connects. By the time your afternoon lessons end, you're exhausted in that particular way that comes from intense mental focus combined with physical precision. Your muscles ache pleasantly. Your mind feels both empty and full, emptied of trivial concerns, filled with music and movement and beauty. You have an hour before you need to begin preparing for the evening, and you use it to rest, lying on your futon in the dimming afternoon light, watching dust motes drift through a sunbeam, thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind settle like sediment in still water. The tea house where you're working tonight is called Kikusui, and it's one of the oldest in the Hanamachi, with a reputation for attracting distinguished guests and maintaining the highest standards. You arrive just after sunset, when the lanterns are being lit along the street, and the autumn air carries that peculiar chill that makes you grateful for the layers of silk wrapped around you. The Okasan of the tea house greets you at the entrance with a slight bow. She's been managing this establishment for 30 years and knows every geisha in the district, their strengths, their quirks, and their reliability. You have a good relationship with her. You arrive on time, you don't cause drama, and you handle difficult guests with grace. She appreciates this, and in return she calls on you regularly for her best clients. Tonight's gathering is for a group of 5 businessmen from Osaka in Kyoto for some corporate purpose you don't fully understand and don't need to. Your job isn't to comprehend the intricacies of their business dealings, but to provide a pleasant evening, skillful entertainment and sophisticated company. 2 other geisha are working this party, Fumiko and Yuki, both colleagues you've known for years and work well with. The room where you'll spend the evening is beautiful in that understated way that characterizes traditional Japanese design. Tatami mats, pristine and faintly fragrant. A tokonoma alcove displaying a scroll painting of persimmons and a simple flower arrangement of autumn grasses. Shoji screens filtering the light into soft, diffused warmth. Low tables already set with dishes and sake cups. Everything is in perfect order. Nothing is calling attention to itself, and the overall effect is one of quiet refinement. The guests arrive, settling themselves on zabuton cushions around the table. You can read them immediately. This is part of your training, being able to assess a room's energy in seconds. 2 of the men are clearly senior, probably in their 50s, and comfortable with this kind of formal entertainment. 2 others are younger, maybe in their 30s, trying to appear relaxed but slightly uncertain about the protocol. The 5th man seems to be the primary host, the one who organised this gathering, and he's already slightly drunk in a jovial rather than sloppy way. You enter the room with Fumiko and Yuki, and the atmosphere immediately shifts, becomes more festive, more alive. You exchange greetings and make small talk while pouring sake and establish the evening's tone. Your movements are practiced but not mechanical. You laugh at someone's joke, genuinely, because it was actually funny. You ask thoughtful questions about their impressions of Kyoto. You create an atmosphere that feels intimate without being too familiar and elegant without being stuffy. The food arrives in courses, each dish a small work of art. Seasonal fish arranged to suggest swimming. vegetables cut into decorative shapes, soup served in lacquered bowls that feel precious in your hands. The meal itself is theatre, and part of your job is to appreciate it appropriately, to comment on the chef's skill, and to create conversation around what's being served. Between courses, you perform. Tonight starts with a traditional song accompanied by fumiko on shamisen. The piece is called Sakura, though not the simple folk version everyone knows. This is a more complex arrangement, full of subtle variations and technical challenges. You sing in the traditional style with that particular nasal quality and careful ornamentation that takes years to master. Your voice isn't operatically powerful, but it's controlled, expressive, and perfectly pitched to fill this intimate space without overwhelming it. The guests listen with varying degrees of attention. The older men watch with appreciation, recognizing the skill involved. The younger ones try to look interested, while probably wishing they were somewhere with louder music and stronger drinks. The host closes his eyes, swaying slightly, transported by sack and nostalgia to somewhere else entirely. You perform for all of them equally, giving the music the respect it deserves regardless of how it's received. After the song comes conversation, and this is where the real artistry lies. Anyone can learn to sing or play an instrument with enough practice. But conversation, genuine, engaging, intelligent conversation that adapts to the flow of the evening and the personalities in the room, that's the skill that separates competent geisha from exceptional ones. You talk about everything and nothing. The changing leaves in the temple gardens. A new restaurant has opened near the station. The quality of this year's sake harvest. Someone mentions having seen a particularly beautiful moon last week, and you respond with a haiku you know that references moonlight and autumn, and this leads to a discussion of poetry, which branches into literature more broadly, and before long, you're having a surprisingly deep conversation about the difference between Western and Japanese narrative structures. One of the younger businessmen, emboldened by Seiki, asks you about your life as a geisha. You get this question often, and you've developed a repertoire of responses calibrated to different contexts. Tonight you keep it light, talking about the rigorous training, the early mornings, and the sometimes absurd difficulties of walking in traditional wooden sandals on cobblestone streets. You make them laugh with a story about a typhoon that knocked out power in the Hanamachi during a performance, forcing everyone to continue by candlelight like something from the Edo period itself. What you don't mention is the exhaustion, the financial pressures, and the constant awareness of aging in a profession that prizes youth. You don't talk about the complexity of the relationships between geisha and patrons or the careful navigation required to maintain appropriate boundaries. You don't discuss the decline of the profession, the way fewer young women are choosing this path every year. These truths exist, but they're not part of tonight's performance. Yuki performs a dance, moving through the limited space with remarkable grace, her fan catching the light as she turns. The businessmen applaud enthusiastically. More sake is poured, and more conversation flows. Someone suggests a drinking game, and you play along, deliberately losing to keep things fun, making self-deprecating jokes about your terrible luck. The evening develops a rhythm, a momentum. Periods of performance alternate with conversation. Formal moments give way to laughter, and the boundaries between entertainer and guest become pleasantly blurred, while still maintaining essential propriety. This is the skill, creating an atmosphere where everyone feels special, entertained, and transported from their everyday concerns into an evening that feels suspended outside normal time. Around 11, you notice the energy beginning to flag. The sack has done its work. The younger men are glassy-eyed. Even the host's enthusiasm has mellowed into contentment. This is your cue to begin the graceful process of closing the evening. You don't announce it. You simply let the conversation wind down naturally, allow the pauses to stretch slightly longer, and suggest perhaps one final song. You sing something quiet and contemplative, a piece about returning home. It feels appropriate. When you finish, there's a moment of satisfied silence, and then the guests begin the process of preparing to leave, gathering themselves, expressing gratitude, and making promises to return soon that may or may not materialize. You and the other geisha see them to the door, bowing, thanking them for their patronage, and wishing them safe travels. Then they're gone, and the spell breaks. You're suddenly aware of how much your feet hurt, how the makeup feels tight on your skin, and how ready you are to be done performing for the night. Back at the okiya, you remove the elaborate layers with relief that borders on physical pleasure. The obi unwinds, and you can suddenly breathe fully again, your ribcage expanding into the space it's reclaimed. The kimono comes off, and your body remembers its natural shape, no longer constrained by silk and tradition. The makeup takes the longest to remove. Careful cleansing to protect your skin, camellia oil to dissolve the white paste, and gentle motions to avoid irritation. Your face emerges gradually from beneath the mask. First the white recedes, revealing your actual skin tone. Then the carefully drawn features disappear, and your real eyebrows and your real mouth become visible again. You look at yourself in the mirror and experience a curious doubling, recognizing yourself while also feeling slightly like a stranger. Who is this woman with the bare face and tired eyes? She looks nothing like the porcelain figure who spent the evening entertaining businessmen in a tea house. It's past midnight now, and the okiya is quiet. Some of the other geisha are still out at engagements. Some have already returned and gone to bed. You're in that liminal space between the public day and private night, and you savour it. A simple cotton yukata replaces the elaborate kimono. Your hair, still styled, will stay that way until tomorrow, sleeping on a special pillow that keeps the arrangement intact. A minor discomfort you've long since stopped noticing. You make tea in the communal kitchen. Just simple censure, nothing ceremonial. The kettle hisses softly. Outside, a taxi passes, its tyres hissing on the damp street. Someone has left a magazine on the table, an entertainment weekly with celebrities on the cover, thoroughly modern, jarringly different from the world you've just exited. You flip through it while drinking your tea, letting your mind idle, appreciating the ordinariness of this moment. Yuki joins you, also fresh from the tea house, also in the process of transitioning back to herself. You don't talk much, just exist companionably in the kitchen's warm light, two people who understand each other's lives without need for explanation. She mentions that her feet are killing her. You commiserate. She asks if you're working tomorrow. You confirm you have an afternoon appointment at a different tea house. She nods, yawns, finishes her tea and wishes you good night. Alone again, you sit for another few minutes, reluctant to end the day despite your exhaustion. There's something precious about these quiet moments, these pockets of solitude in a life largely lived in company. You think about the evening, what went well, what could have been better. The second song felt slightly off in the third verse. You'll practice that tomorrow. One of the guests made an interesting comment about traditional architecture that you want to remember. Mental notes accumulating, settling into memory. Eventually you climb the stairs to your room, where the futon is already laid out, where everything is exactly as you left it this morning, an eternity ago. The scroll in the alcove still shows autumn grasses. The window still frames the same view of neighbouring roofs and distant mountains, now silhouetted against a sky just beginning to lighten toward dawn. You slide between the covers, feeling the day's accumulated fatigue finally claim you. Your muscles are sore in that satisfying way that comes from having been used well. Your mind is quiet, pleasantly empty. You think briefly about how strange this life is, how completely you inhabit two different identities, the geisha and the woman, and how both are equally real, equally you. Sleep comes quickly, mercifully, and tomorrow you'll wake again to the sound of water being poured, to the smell of rice cooking, to another day of transformation and performance and beauty. The cycle continues, as it has for centuries, as it will for as long as there are women willing to preserve these arts, these traditions, these elaborate rituals of refinement that exist increasingly at the margins of modern life but persist, nonetheless stubborn and beautiful and strange. Spring arrives gradually in Kyoto, announcing itself first through the plum blossoms that appear in temple gardens, then the anticipation that builds throughout the city as everyone waits for the sakura. You've experienced this cycle 15 times since becoming a geisha, and it never loses its power, the way an entire culture collectively holds its breath waiting for flowers to bloom. The hanamichi transforms during sakura season. Your kimono patterns shift to cherry blossom motifs, subtle pink petals scattered across silk. or sometimes just the suggestion of blossoms in the way fabric has been dyed. Your hair ornaments incorporate tiny silk cherry blossoms. Even the sweets served at tea houses change, becoming pink and white confections shaped like petals or branches. But it's more than aesthetics. The season changes the quality of gatherings, makes them more festive, and makes them slightly wild. Parties that would normally be restrained become sack-soaked celebrations of impermanence, because that's what sakura represent, beauty so intense precisely because it's temporary, perfection that exists for mere days before falling. You find yourself working longer hours, attending more parties, and having more late nights that blend into early mornings. There's a tradition during this season of outdoor gatherings under blooming trees, and you participate in several, sitting on blankets in gardens while petals drift down like snow, landing in sake cups and on shoulders, and in carefully arranged hair. These events feel suspended outside normal time, slightly unreal, as if the beauty of the surroundings has transformed ordinary reality into something more dreamlike. You perform differently during sakura season. Your songs take on a particular poignancy, and your dances incorporate movements that evoke falling petals. Even conversation shifts, becoming more philosophical, more concerned with poetry and impermanence and the bittersweet nature of beautiful things. Guests who might normally discuss business instead find themselves reciting haiku, getting uncharacteristically emotional about the passage of time. Then the petals fall, and suddenly it's over. The trees are green again, ordinary again, and the hanamachi returns to its normal rhythms. But for those few weeks, you're all living inside a kind of collective artwork, a cultural performance that's been repeated for centuries, that will be repeated for centuries more, each generation experiencing the same astonishment that something so beautiful can be so brief. Summer brings different challenges. The kimonos that look so beautiful are also incredibly hot, and performing in July humidity while wearing multiple layers of silk and a wig requires a particular kind of endurance. You've developed techniques for managing this, knowing exactly how to position yourself to catch any available breeze, how to fan yourself in ways that look elegant rather than desperate, and how to maintain perfect composure while sweat runs down your spine. The summer matsuri bring a welcome change of pace. These festivals allow geisha to wear lighter yukata instead of formal kimono, and the atmosphere is more relaxed and more playful. You dance in street parades, the movement's less refined but more energetic than your usual performances. You work in outdoor beer gardens where businessmen in loosened ties drink cold beer and eat yakitori, and the formality of winter tea houses feels very far away. Evenings during summer sometimes extend late into the night, taking advantage of the heat that makes sleep difficult anyway. You've spent countless summer midnights sitting in tea house gardens, listening to the sound of water running over stones in carefully designed streams, watching fireflies drift through the darkness like tiny wandering lanterns. Autumn is your favourite season, though you'd never say this aloud. There's something about the cooling air, the changing colours, and the sense of the year turning toward rest that feels aligned with the essence of geisha culture. The understated elegance, the appreciation for subtle beauty, the awareness of impermanence. These autumn qualities are what you've been training to embody. Your autumn kimonos are deep reds and golds, oranges and browns, and patterns of maple leaves and chrysanthemums. The food at tea houses features chestnuts, persimmons, and mushrooms. The sake is richer and more complex. Everything feels slightly more serious, more contemplative than summer's exuberance or spring's giddy celebration. You perform pieces about falling leaves, about harvest, and about the beauty of things fading. Your conversations with guests turn toward memory and nostalgia. Older patrons tell you about their youth, about Kyoto as it used to be, and about geisha they knew decades ago. You listen with genuine interest because these stories are your profession's history. The living connection to traditions that extend back further than anyone can remember. Winter brings a different kind of beauty, sparse, elegant, focused on negative space and subtle contrasts. Your kimonos are darker, featuring pine branches or plum blossoms on deep blue or black backgrounds. The tea houses are colder despite their heating systems, and there's something luxurious about being warm in a cold room, about the way sake feels going down when you've just come in from frozen streets. New Year is the busiest time, a succession of formal parties and ceremonial events that require you to maintain perfect form while exhaustion accumulates. You perform traditional dances that have been performed every New Year for centuries, wearing kimonos so elaborate they can only be worn once a year, moving through prescribed patterns that connect you to every geisha who's ever performed these same movements in this same season. But there's also beauty in this repetition, this reliability. The seasons turn, the festivals cycle through their appointed times, and the traditional arts persist. In a world that's changing faster than anyone can fully process, there's something stabilizing about traditions that remain constant, about performing rituals that your great-grandmother would recognize, that your potential great-granddaughter might someday perform. What outsiders don't understand about the Hanamachi is that it's less a geographic location than a complex web of relationships, obligations, and unspoken understandings that govern every aspect of professional and personal life. You exist within this web constantly, aware of its influence even when it's invisible. The okiya where you live is the center of your world, but it's not home in the conventional sense. It's more like a company or a guild, a business entity run by your okasan, who has invested considerable money in your training and who expects returns on that investment. Your relationship with her is simultaneously familial and financial, affectionate and transactional. She worries about your well-being the way a mother might, but she also tracks your earnings with a business person's precision. The other geisha in your okiya are colleagues, competitors, and something like sisters, all at once. You've lived with some of them for years, sharing bathrooms and meals and the mundane intimacies of daily life. But you're also aware that you're competing for the same engagements, the same patronage, and the same limited opportunities for advancement. This creates a dynamic that's complicated. You genuinely care about these women while also being aware that their success might come at your expense. Fumiko, the most senior geisha in your okiya, serves as an informal mentor. She's been practicing this profession for 25 years, and she possesses a kind of weathered wisdom about how to navigate its complexities. She's the one who taught you how to manage difficult guests without causing offence, how to cultivate long-term patrons, and how to save money despite the profession's expenses. She's also the one who occasionally drinks too much and confesses fears about aging in a profession that prizes youth, about what happens when you're too old to work but not old enough to retire. The younger Maiko look up to you with a mixture of admiration and assessment, trying to determine whether you're someone worth emulating. You remember being in their position, watching the established geisha with hungry attention, trying to decode the secrets of success. Now you're the one being watched, and the responsibility feels heavier than you expected. Beyond your own okiya, the Hanamachi contains dozens of other houses, each with its own hierarchy and dynamics. You know geisha from other okiya, some are friends, some are merely acquaintances, and some are rivals. You run into them at lessons, at tea houses, and at the occasional social gatherings that happen within the community. There's a complex etiquette governing these interactions, a delicate balance of professional courtesy and competitive awareness. The ochaya, the tea houses where you work, are run by formidable women who act as gatekeepers to the profession. An okasan who likes you will call on you regularly, recommend you to important patrons, and give you opportunities that advance your career. One who doesn't will freeze you out, and there's very little you can do about it except try to win back her favour through impeccable behaviour and skillful performance. Your teachers exist in a different category entirely, respected authorities whose approval matters deeply, but whose relationship with you is purely pedagogical. They care about your artistic development, but not your financial success, your technical mastery, but not your personal happiness. This single-minded focus on craft can feel cold sometimes, but it's also clarifying. In a profession full of complex relationships, your teachers provide straightforward expectations. Practice, improve, and honour the traditions you've inherited. Then there are the patrons, the guests who request your company, who pay for your time, and who sometimes develop ongoing relationships that last years. These relationships are perhaps the most complicated of all, existing in a carefully maintained ambiguity between friendship and transaction, genuine affection and professional obligation. Some patrons are simply customers, people who enjoy your company for an evening but with whom you share no particular connection. Others become something like friends, people you genuinely enjoy spending time with, whose conversations you find interesting, and who treat you with respect and consideration. And occasionally, rarely, there are patrons who want more, who develop feelings that exceed the appropriate bounds of the geisha-patron relationship. Navigating these situations requires enormous skill. You must discourage romantic attachment without causing offence, maintain emotional distance without appearing cold, and make guests feel special while preserving clear boundaries. It's a balancing act that sometimes feels impossible, and you don't always get it right. You've made mistakes, been too warm when you should have been professional, too distant when someone needed kindness. Each mistake taught you something and refined your understanding of where exactly those boundaries lie. The hanamachi also includes people you rarely see but who are essential to its functioning. The dressers who help with kimono and obi, the hairdressers who create and maintain those elaborate styles, the makeup artists who can transform a face in minutes, the shamisen makers and kimono designers and sandal craftsmen whose skills enable your performance. All of these people exist in orbit around the geisha, supporting the entire elaborate structure, and underlying everything are the unspoken rules, the traditional hierarchies, and the ways things have always been done. You learn these through observation and occasional correction, absorbing a complex social code that governs behaviour in every situation. When to speak, and when to listen. How to pour sake for guests of different statuses. The appropriate way to greet a senior geisha versus a junior one. What topics are acceptable for conversation, and which should be avoided. Breaking these rules, even inadvertently, can have consequences that ripple through the community. A careless comment can damage a reputation that took years to build. A violation of etiquette can result in subtle ostracism, opportunities drying up, and doors closing. The social control is powerful precisely because it's diffuse, enacted not through explicit punishment but through the collective withdrawal of support. Yet within these constraints, there's also a kind of freedom. Because the rules are so clearly defined, you know exactly where you stand. Because the community is so tightly knit, you're never alone. Because the traditions are so strong, you don't have to constantly reinvent yourself or figure out how to live. The path is already laid out, tested by generations of women who walked it before you. The most common question you hear from visitors, are geisha the same as prostitutes? The question is asked with varying degrees of tact, sometimes genuinely curious, sometimes with a knowing leer that makes your professional smile feel like hard work. The answer is no, definitively no, but the explanation is more complex than a simple negation. Historically, the boundaries between geisha and courtesans were sometimes blurry, particularly in the Edo period when both professions existed within the same pleasure quarters. But the distinction was always meaningful. Courtesans sold sex and geisha sold artistic skill and sophisticated companionship. That this distinction has been lost in Western imagination says more about Western assumptions than about actual geisha practice. Modern geisha are artists and entertainers, period. You've spent years training in music, dance and conversation. You work parties, provide entertainment and create atmosphere. Some geisha have patrons who support them financially, and some of these relationships may include romantic or sexual elements, but these are personal choices between adults, not professional obligations. The conflation of geisha with sex work is both historically ignorant and actively offensive to women who've dedicated their lives to preserving traditional arts. Another misconception, that geisha are submissive, passive, and existing only to please men. The reality is considerably more complex. Yes, your professional role involves pleasing guests, making them comfortable, and facilitating their enjoyment, but this requires enormous skill, intelligence, and social power. You're managing the emotional temperature of a room, reading subtle cues, steering conversations, and exercising considerable control while appearing effortless. The best geisha are often formidable women, shrewd business people, sharp conversationalists, and individuals with strong opinions and impressive knowledge. The performance of feminine grace doesn't negate the intelligence and strength required to execute it. If anything, the ability to appear soft while being strong is itself a kind of power that outsiders frequently underestimate. Then there's the assumption that all geisha are young and beautiful, that aging out of the profession is inevitable. While it's true that maiko, apprentice geisha, are typically teenagers, and that youth is valued, successful geisha can work well into middle age and beyond. What you lose in youthful beauty, you gain in skill, reputation, and the depth that comes from decades of practice. Some of the most sought-after geisha are women in their 40s and 50s, respected for their artistry and conversational abilities rather than their appearance. People also imagine the hanamachi as frozen in time, completely unchanged since the Edo period. This fantasy of preservation is appealing but false. Yes, traditional elements persist. The kimono, the arts, the tea houses, but the profession has evolved continuously. Modern geisha use smartphones, follow social media, and adapt to changing economic realities. The hanamachi isn't a museum exhibit. It's a living community that maintains traditional arts while existing in contemporary Japan. The romantic notion of geisha as exotic flowers, mysterious and unknowable, is equally problematic. You're not a fantasy or a cultural artifact. You're a working professional in a demanding artistic field. Your life includes beauty and tradition, but also exhaustion, financial stress, interpersonal drama, and all the mundane struggles of any career. The exoticization strips away your humanity, reducing you to an aesthetic object rather than recognizing you as a complete person. There's also confusion about the economics of the profession. People assume all geisha are wealthy, or conversely, that they're all trapped in debt to their okiya. The reality is varied. Some geisha are financially successful, particularly those with generous long-term patrons. Others struggle, particularly younger ones still paying off their training debts. The profession offers potential for financial stability, but no guarantees, and the expenses, kimono, lessons, hairdressing, makeup are considerable. What frustrates you most is when people project their own cultural assumptions onto the profession without attempting to understand it on its own terms. Western critics sometimes condemn geisha culture as inherently oppressive or patriarchal, while Western enthusiasts romanticize it as pure and traditional. Both perspectives miss the actual complexity of women's lives within this profession. The genuine artistry, the real constraints, and the complicated negotiations between tradition and modernity, autonomy and expectation. You've learned to handle these misunderstandings with grace, providing patient explanations to genuinely curious people while declining to engage with those who've already decided what you must be. It's exhausting sometimes, being constantly misrepresented, having to defend your profession against assumptions based on movies or novels or complete ignorance. But it's also part of the work. Maintaining the tradition requires educating people about what that tradition actually is, correcting misconceptions, and asserting the legitimacy and value of these arts. Late at night, when the makeup is off and the kimono is put away, you sometimes wonder how much longer this world will exist. The hanamachi is shrinking, fewer maiko entering the profession, fewer tea houses operating, and fewer patrons willing to pay for traditional entertainment when modern alternatives are cheaper and more accessible. The math is simple and troubling. More geisha retiring than entering, expenses rising, income uncertain, and the entire elaborate structure becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. You've watched ochaya close, their buildings converted to restaurants or boutique hotels. You've seen skilled geisha leave the profession for more stable careers. You've attended farewell parties for women who could no longer justify the financial and personal costs of continuing. The attrition is gradual but steady, and each loss diminishes the community a little more. Part of the problem is economic. Training a geisha requires enormous investment, years of lessons in music, dance, tea ceremony, flower arrangement, and etiquette. The kimono alone costs thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands for formal occasions. Maintaining a traditional okiya in historic Kyoto with all its associated expenses is increasingly difficult, and the number of people willing to pay premium prices for traditional entertainment is declining as Japanese culture becomes more westernized, more casual, and less interested in elaborate formality. But economics isn't the only issue. The profession also requires personal sacrifices that fewer young women are willing to make. The rigid rules, the constant performance, The subordination of personal life to professional demands, the limited privacy, the public scrutiny. These aspects of geisha life are increasingly incompatible with modern expectations of individual autonomy and work-life balance. You understand why young women choose other paths. You've questioned your own choices, wondered what your life might have been if you'd pursued a conventional career, a conventional relationship, or conventional measures of success. The counterfactuals are endless and ultimately pointless, but they visit you sometimes in quiet moments, ghosts of unlived lives, roads not taken. Yet even while acknowledging these challenges, you find yourself unable to imagine the Hanamachi disappearing entirely. These arts, these traditions, this entire elaborate cultural performance, it seems impossible that something so beautiful, so refined, so deeply embedded in Japanese cultural identity could simply cease to exist. But history is full of traditions that seemed permanent until they weren't, and practices that appeared eternal until they vanished, leaving only memories and museum exhibits. What will remain if the Hanamachi dies? Perhaps the arts will survive in different contexts. Shamisen music in concert halls, traditional dance in cultural centres, and tea ceremony as a hobby rather than a profession. Perhaps scholars will study geisha culture the way they study other historical phenomena, preserving knowledge even as living practice disappears. Perhaps nothing will survive except photographs and films and stories, evidence that this strange and beautiful world once existed. You try not to think about this too much. Try to focus on the present moment, on your next performance, your next lesson, and the continuous work of maintaining your skills and honouring your commitments. But the uncertainty shadows everything, adds a bittersweet quality to even the most perfect evenings, and makes you acutely aware that each performance might be contributing to the final chapter of a tradition that has survived for centuries but might not survive much longer. Some nights, after particularly successful engagements, you allow yourself hope. The guests were engaged, appreciative, and moved by the performance. The younger Maiko showed real talent and genuine dedication. The arts felt vital, necessary, and worth preserving. These moments suggest possibility, suggest that maybe the tradition will adapt and survive, finding new forms and new audiences while maintaining essential continuity with the past. Other nights, the decline feels inevitable. You see the empty seats at performances, the younger generations on their smartphones even during traditional ceremonies, and the general cultural drift away from formality and toward casual informality. You wonder if you're part of the last generation, if the woman who will eventually close the final okia has already been born, and if you're all collectively performing a beautifully executed but ultimately futile resistance against historical change. The truth, you suspect, lies somewhere between catastrophe and preservation. The Hanamachi will likely continue to shrink, will probably never regain its former prominence, but may persist in diminished form, maintained by dedicated practitioners and supported by a small but committed audience that values traditional arts. Perhaps this is enough, not the glorious continuation you might wish for, but survival nonetheless. A thin thread connecting past to future. You've made peace, mostly, with not knowing how the story ends. Your role isn't to save the entire tradition single-handedly, or to solve the profession's existential challenges. Your role is smaller and more achievable, to practice your arts as well as you can, to honour the teachers who trained you, to pass knowledge on to whoever comes after you, and to create beautiful moments that justify themselves regardless of what comes next. And so you continue, waking to the sound of water being poured, studying your instruments, transforming yourself into art, performing for audiences that may or may not understand what they're witnessing, and returning each night to your simple room, where you strip away the layers and remember who you are beneath them. The cycle repeats day after day, season after season, a ritual of refinement that persists because you persist, because beauty deserves to exist even in a world that increasingly questions its value, because some traditions are worth maintaining, even when their future is uncertain, because this is the life you've chosen, and these are the arts you love, and that has to be enough. Whether the Hanamachi survives another century or only another decade, whether you're part of a living tradition or its final witnesses, whether anyone remembers or whether it all disappears like cherry blossoms in the rain, beautiful and brief and already becoming memory even as you live it. Imagine you're living in England in the autumn of 1703 and your life moves at the pace of a horse-drawn cart. There are no weather apps on your phone because there are no phones. No meteorologists are tracking pressure systems because the barometer has only recently been invented, and most people think it's some kind of scientific curiosity rather than a practical tool. Queen Anne sits on the throne, having recently succeeded her brother-in-law William III. The country is embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession, which is one of those complicated European conflicts where everyone seems to be fighting everyone else over inheritances and territory. But for ordinary people, war is something that happens far away, while the real concerns are much closer to home, bringing in the harvest, fixing the thatch on the roof before winter, and making sure there's enough firewood stacked for the cold months ahead. November in England means the farming season is winding down. The fields have been harvested, the animals are being prepared for winter, and people are settling into that cosy rhythm of shorter days and longer nights. It's the time of year when you're grateful for a solid roof, a warm hearth, and walls that keep out the wind. The houses of 1703 would seem almost impossibly fragile to you now. Most buildings outside major cities are timber frame with walls made of wattle and daub, basically sticks and mud with some hope mixed in. Roofs are thatched with straw or reeds, held down by wooden pegs and prayer. Even in London, which is rebuilding after the Great Fire of 1666, many structures are still partially wooden. Glass windows are expensive luxuries. So many homes make do with oiled paper or wooden shutters. The English countryside is dotted with windmills that grind grain into flour. These tall wooden structures turn their sails to catch the wind, like patient sentinels watching over the fields. There are hundreds of them, essential to feeding the population, standing on hilltops and in valleys where the wind blows strongest. They're marvels of engineering for their time, though they have one significant vulnerability that nobody has quite solved. They're extremely susceptible to strong winds. Churches rise above most villages, their stone towers and wooden steeples pointing toward heaven like fingers in prayer. These spires can be seen for miles around, helping travellers navigate and reminding everyone of the central place religion holds in daily life. The church bells mark the hours, call people to worship and warn of danger. They're the communication system of the age, ringing out messages across the landscape. Along the coasts, maritime life pulses with constant activity. The Royal Navy maintains dozens of warships in various ports, while merchant vessels crowd the harbours, loading and unloading goods from around the world. Portsmouth, Plymouth and the Thames estuary are forests of masts and rigging. Sailors live lives that alternate between the tedium of port maintenance and the danger of sea voyages, where storms are an accepted occupational hazard. The weather in late 1703 has been odd. Not dramatically so, but enough that people notice. There have been unusually strong winds throughout November, the kind that make you lean into your walk and hold onto your hat. Trees have been shedding their leaves earlier than usual, as if they know something the humans don't. Old-timers, the kind who claim to feel storms in their bones, have been muttering about the signs. Red skies at odd hours, birds behaving strangely, and an unsettled feeling in the air itself. But England has weathered storms before. This is an island nation after all, surrounded by temperamental seas and subject to whatever weather the Atlantic decides to send its way. People have learned to bend with the wind, to secure their belongings and to wait out whatever nature throws at them. They've survived Norse raiders, the Black Death, Civil War and the Great Fire. How bad could a little wind be? This sense of resilient confidence, this very British attitude of muddling through, is about to be tested in ways no one can imagine. Because the storm that's gathering out in the Atlantic isn't a normal autumn gale, is not even an exceptional storm by the usual standards. It's something else entirely. A meteorological monster that will make weather history and haunt European consciousness for generations. The last week of November 1703 feels like nature is taking a deep breath before screaming. You step outside on November 24th, and the air has that peculiar quality that makes the hair on your arm stand up. It's not just cold, it's charged, electric, as if the atmosphere itself is holding tension like a drawn bowstring. The sky takes on colours that don't appear in normal weather. There are brassy yellows near the horizon, deep purples in the clouds, and that particular shade of green that experienced sailors know means trouble. The clouds themselves seem to be moving in several directions at once, low scud racing across the sky, while higher formations lumber along at different angles. It's like watching a badly choreographed dance, where none of the performers can agree on the music. Birds are acting strangely, and if you were the noticing type, this would concern you. Seagulls, those perpetual optimists of the avian world, have moved inland en masse. Crows gather in unusual numbers, making a racket that sounds almost like warnings. Even the farm animals seem unsettled. Horses stamp and whinny in their stables, cows refuse to go into their barns, and dogs pace nervously, whining at their owners. The barometer, in the few places where such newfangled instruments exist, is doing something unprecedented. It's falling, but not in the gradual way that suggests an approaching storm. It's plummeting like a stone dropped in water, faster than anyone has seen before. Daniel Defoe, who will later document this storm in extraordinary detail, owns one of these instruments. He watches it drop and wonders if perhaps the device is broken. Surely the air pressure can't actually be falling this rapidly. November 26th dawns with an eerie calm. The wind that has been bothering people for weeks has died down to almost nothing. The air feels heavy, thick, like trying to breathe through a damp wool blanket. This is the kind of stillness that precedes something significant, though most people interpret it as a relief. Finally, they think, the winds have stopped. Perhaps they can get some repairs done, secure their properties properly, and maybe even sleep without the constant whistling and rattling. But seasoned sailors and shepherds, people whose lives depend on reading weather, know better. This isn't peaceful calm. This is nature pausing for effect, like a storyteller taking a breath before the climax. The old maritime saying comes to mind, calm before the storm, though in this case, storm is going to prove a grossly inadequate word for what's approaching. By the evening of November 26th, the wind returns, but it's different now. It's no longer the blustery autumn breeze people have grown accustomed to. It's purposeful, building with an almost conscious intent, like something that has decided to stop playing around and get serious. The sound changes too, from the familiar whistle and moan to a deeper, more ominous roar that seems to come from everywhere at once. People begin their evening preparations with growing uneasiness. You secure your shutters, bring in anything from the yard that might blow away, and double-check that the animals are safely housed. In coastal towns, sailors look at their moored vessels with worried expressions, wondering if the ropes and chains will hold. Ship captains who can put out additional anchors and say prayers to whatever saints specialise in maritime protection. As darkness falls on November 26th, the wind continues to build. It's no longer just moving air, it's becoming a physical presence, something you can lean against, something that pushes back. The sound grows from a roar to something that resembles continuous thunder, a bass note that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. Inside homes across southern England, families gather close to their fires, trying to ignore the increasingly alarming noises from outside. Shutters begin to rattle despite being latched. The wind finds every gap in the walls, every crack around doors and windows, creating whistling harmonics that would sound almost musical if they weren't so unsettling. Thatch roofs start to lift and settle, like the building itself is breathing heavily. Around midnight, the storm stops building and simply arrives in its full fury. It's as if someone has flipped a switch from very bad weather to apocalyptic nightmare. The wind doesn't just blow anymore, it hammers, it screams, it attacks. The sound becomes so overwhelming that it's almost impossible to think clearly. Imagine standing next to a jet engine and you're getting close to the volume and intensity of what people are experiencing. And here's the thing that makes this storm so strange, so different from normal tempests. It's not coming from a single direction. The wind seems to swirl and eddy, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. This isn't a weather pattern people understand. Storms have directions, they have fronts, and they move in predictable ways. This storm seems to be everywhere at once, a circular fury that defies normal meteorological behaviour. What nobody realises yet, because the science doesn't exist to understand it, is that they're experiencing something exceptionally rare. A bomb cyclone, what modern meteorologists call explosive cyclogenesis. The atmospheric pressure is dropping so rapidly that the storm is intensifying at a rate that occurs perhaps once or twice a century. The rotating winds are reaching speeds that won't be scientifically measured for another 150 years, when someone invents proper instruments for such things. As the night of November 26th deepens into the early hours of November 27th, everyone in southern England is about to experience the longest, most terrifying night of their lives. And the truly horrifying part, the storm is still intensifying. Picture yourself huddled in a stone cottage somewhere in Kent as the clock approaches 2 a.m. on November 27th. The fire in your hearth is being sucked up the chimney by the incredible draught, sending sparks and smoke into the room. Every few seconds, the entire building shudders as if being struck by a giant's fist. The noise is beyond description. Imagine a freight train, a waterfall, and continuous thunder all happening at once, and you're still not quite there. The thatch roof above your head is now lifting in sections. You can actually see it moving and feel the sudden drafts of freezing air as gaps appear, and then close again. Bits of straw are falling into the room like strange snow. You're making calculations about whether it's safer to stay inside a building that might collapse, or venture outside into wind that could literally knock you off your feet and blow you across the countryside. Across southern England, roofs are now leaving buildings entirely. Not being damaged, leaving. Whole thatched roofs lift off like birds taking flight, sailing through the air in one piece before disintegrating into golden clouds of straw that scatter across the landscape. Tiles and slates become projectiles, flying through the air with enough force to embed themselves in walls or, tragically, in anything living that happens to be in their path. The windmills that have stood sentinel over the countryside are experiencing catastrophic failures. Their sails, designed to catch the wind efficiently, are now catching far too much of it. Unable to be shut down or furled fast enough, the mills begin spinning at impossible speeds. The wooden gears inside, never meant for such rotation rates, start smoking from friction. Some mills simply explode from the centrifugal force, sending massive wooden beams flying through the air like enormous javelins. Others catch fire from the friction of their overspinning machinery, becoming bizarre torches in the storm-racked night. Church steeples, those proud fingers pointing to heaven, are toppling. The spire of St Mary's in Somerset goes first, crashing through the roof of the church itself. Then dozens more across the south follow suit, their lead-covered wooden frames no match for winds that are essentially trying to tear England apart. Each falling steeple makes a sound like a forest tree being felled, a groaning crack followed by an enormous crash. For deeply religious people, seeing churches destroyed feels especially ominous. If God's houses aren't safe, what hope do ordinary buildings have? In London, the scene is apocalyptic. The city, still recovering from the Great Fire of 1666, is being battered by winds that are methodically undoing decades of reconstruction. Roof tiles fly through the streets like deadly frisbees. Chimneys topple, sending bricks raining down onto cobblestones below. Anyone foolish or desperate enough to be outside quickly realises their mistake, as the wind shoves them against walls, or literally lifts them off their feet. The Thames is behaving in ways nobody has seen before. The wind is so powerful that it's actually pushing water upstream, reversing the river's flow. Waves are forming on the river's surface. Waves on a river in central London. Barges and small boats moored at the docks are being tossed like bath toys, breaking their moorings and crashing into each other or smashing against the embankments. Daniel Defoe, future author of Robinson Crusoe but currently a somewhat controversial political writer, is in his London home watching what he describes as tiles flying past his windows like autumn leaves. He's making mental notes for what will become the world's first real investigative journalism piece about a natural disaster. Between flinching at each new crash and bang, he's already planning how to document this night for posterity. But the truly catastrophic scenes are playing out along the coast and at sea. At the Eddystone Lighthouse, perched on rocks 14 miles off the coast of Plymouth, the situation is beyond desperate. This is the first lighthouse ever built on these treacherous rocks, completed just 5 years earlier. It's a wooden structure, which seems insane now, but was considered reasonable engineering at the time. The lighthouse keeper, Henry Winstanley, is actually at the lighthouse, having gone out to perform repairs just days before. The lighthouse is flexing and swaying in ways that wooden structures should never flex and sway. Around 2 a.m, a wave larger than any in recorded memory hits the lighthouse. When dawn eventually comes, the lighthouse is simply gone, vanished as completely as if it never existed. Henry Winstanley, his crew, and the entire structure have been erased from the ocean. Not a single piece of wreckage will ever be found. In Portsmouth Harbour, the Royal Navy is experiencing its worst peacetime disaster in history. Dozens of warships are moored here, and as the storm intensifies, their anchors begin to drag. These aren't small boats. Some are 3-decked ships of the line, massive wooden castles that carry hundreds of men and dozens of cannon. But in this wind, they're as helpless as children's toys. Ships begin colliding with each other in the darkness. The sound of wooden hulls grinding together is audible even over the storm. Masts snap with cracks like cannon fire. Rigging tangles between ships, creating a chaos of rope and canvas that makes it impossible to separate vessels even if anyone could work on deck, which they can't. The wind is strong enough to blow men off their feet and over the railings into the churning water below. Some ships are being driven onto the shore despite their anchors. The HMS Association, a 90-gun ship of the line, drags her anchors and grounds near the Isle of Wight. The HMS Restoration snaps her anchor cables and is driven onto the mudflats where she'll eventually sink. All across the southern coast from Bristol to Kent, ships are meeting similar fates. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, and naval ships are all equally helpless before the storm's fury. The human cost at sea is staggering. Sailors who have survived battles, storms, and years of hard service are drowning within sight of their home ports. Some are trapped below decks in ships that are flooding. Others are washed overboard into water so violent that rescue is impossible, even if anyone could mount an attempt, which they can't. The Navy alone will lose over 1,000 men this night, more than most naval battles of the era. Inland, trees that have stood for centuries are falling by the thousands. Ancient oaks that were already old when Shakespeare was born topple like dominoes. Entire forests are being flattened, creating lunar landscapes of fallen timber that will take decades to clear. The new forest loses an estimated 4,000 ancient trees in a single night. Deer, foxes, badgers, and birds that depend on these trees are being crushed or left homeless. Agricultural damage is catastrophic. Barns and storage buildings collapse, crushing livestock and destroying the winter food supplies that farming families depend on. Haystacks that represent months of labour scatter across the countryside. Sheep and cattle, terrified by the noise and unable to find shelter, huddle in fields where some are actually blown over and killed by the force of the wind. A detail so bizarre that people will initially refuse to believe the reports. As the storm rages through the early hours of November 27th, people huddle in whatever shelter they can find, listening to their world being torn apart. Every crash, every splintering sound, every moment when the wind seems to increase impossibly beyond what it already was, it all contributes to a growing certainty that this isn't a normal storm. This is something unprecedented, something that's revealing just how fragile human civilization really is when nature decides to stop being cooperative. And still, remarkably, the storm continues to intensify. Let's focus on individual moments within this catastrophic night. because statistics and general descriptions can't quite capture what it means to live through something like this. These are the human stories, the small dramas playing out across southern England while the great drama of the storm rages on. In a small village in Sussex, a family of 7 huddles in their cottage as the walls begin to crack. The father, a farmer named Thomas, has moved everyone into the oldest part of the house, the stone section that his grandfather built 60 years ago. The newer timber-framed rooms are already showing alarming signs of stress, with beams visibly shifting and walls leaning. Around 3 a.m. the decision makes itself. With a sound like 1,000 trees breaking at once, the timber section of their home simply disintegrates. One moment it's there, the next it's gone, scattered across the countryside in 1,000,000 pieces. The family packed into the stone room survives because of a building decision made 2 generations earlier by a careful craftsman who mixed his mortar properly and chose good stone. In the morning they'll walk out to find that everything they owned except what's in this one room is gone, spread across 3 counties. Meanwhile, in Bristol, a midwife named Eleanor is facing an impossible decision. A woman has gone into labour and complications mean Eleanor needs to reach her quickly. But going outside in this storm is madness. The streets are rivers of flying debris, and the wind is strong enough to make walking nearly impossible. Eleanor looks at the storm, looks at her bag of instruments and herbs, thinks about the woman and unborn child, and makes the choice. She wraps herself in every piece of heavy clothing she owns and sets out into the tempest. Her journey of less than half a mile takes over an hour. She crawls part of the way, holding onto walls and fences, moving between buildings when the wind briefly lessens. A roof tile strikes her shoulder, leaving a bruise but fortunately not breaking a bone. At one point, a gust simply lifts her off her feet and deposits her 10 feet away. But Eleanor keeps going, driven by professional duty and sheer stubbornness, until she reaches her patient. The baby will be born healthy just after dawn, and Eleanor will later say that bringing life into the world during history's deadliest storm gave her a perspective on resilience that she never lost. Out at sea, the situation is a pure nightmare. On the HMS Mary, a 4th-rate ship with 50 guns, the crew has done everything right. Anchors are down, sails are furled, and hatches are battened. But the wind is so strong that the ship is dragging her anchors anyway, moving slowly but inexorably toward the rocky shore of the Isle of Wight. The captain knows what's coming. He can feel it through the ship's timbers, that subtle change in motion that tells an experienced seaman that his vessel is doomed. He can't save the ship, but perhaps he can save the crew. He orders everyone into the rigging, counterintuitive, but it gets them high above the deck before the ship grounds. When the Mary finally strikes the rocks around 4 a.m, the impact is so violent that it tears the bottom out of the hull. The ship floods in minutes, but most of the crew, clinging to the masts and yards, survive until dawn, when rescuers can reach them. Not everyone is so fortunate. The HMS Northumberland, a large merchant vessel pressed into Navy service, breaks free of her moorings in Portsmouth and is driven directly into the path of the HMS Mary. The 2 ships collide in the darkness with a grinding, splintering crash that can be heard on shore over the wind. The Northumberland's masts fall like trees, crushing men who have no time to escape. The ship begins taking on water immediately, and in the chaos and darkness, rescue is impossible. Of her crew of 200, fewer than 20 will see the dawn. In Kent, a shepherd named William has been caught away from home when the storm truly hit. He's taken shelter in a small stone hut used for storing tools, basically 4 walls and a solid roof, no windows and 1 door. It's cramped and cold, but it's stone and it's holding. William settles in to wait out the storm, listening to the unbelievable fury outside and probably thinking about every poor decision that led to him being here instead of home in his own bed. Around midnight, William hears something over the storm, an odd bleating sound. Opening the door slightly, he finds a ewe from his flock terrified and pressed against the wall. He pulls her inside. Within an hour, 3 more sheep have found his shelter. Then a fox appears, and William's first instinct is to drive it away. but something about the absolute terror in the animal's eyes makes him hesitate. The fox slinks into a corner as far from the sheep as possible and lies there shaking. They'll all survive the night together in that tiny stone hut, predator and prey united by fear of something worse than each other. Back in London, Westminster Abbey is suffering devastating damage. This isn't some wooden structure, but a massive stone building that has stood for centuries. Yet the wind is finding weaknesses that nobody knew existed. Lead sheets on the roof are peeling back like paper. Flying debris has broken several ancient stained glass windows. Most dramatically, the Abbey's roof, which weighs several tons, actually lifts and shifts, dropping back down at a slight angle. The architectural damage will take years to properly repair. The Tower of London, that ancient fortress that has withstood sieges, fires and political upheavals, is experiencing something new. The wind is so strong that it's actually pushing in the leaded windows. The famous ravens that live in the tower, who according to legend protect England by their presence, have all taken shelter in the deepest, most protected corners of the fortress. Even birds that are essentially carrion eaters, built to handle harsh conditions, know when to admit defeat. In Portsmouth, a naval officer named Samuel Pepys, not the diarist but a distant relative, is trapped aboard his ship making impossible decisions. His vessel has dragged anchor and is heading toward the rocks, but the storm is so violent that he can't order men on deck without essentially sending them to their deaths. He watches 3 ships collide nearby, sees masts fall, and hears the screams of men going into the water. There's nothing he can do. Command in this storm is meaningless. Nature is in charge now, and all human authority is temporarily suspended. Around 4 a.m, something shifts in the storm's character. It doesn't weaken, if anything this is the peak of its fury. But the wind begins to change direction, swinging around from the southwest to the west and then northwest. This rotation means that places that had been somewhat protected by geography now get hit with full force, while areas that had borne the brunt for hours get brief, relative respites. This wind shift causes a new wave of destruction. Buildings that had survived by facing away from the wind now have it hitting them from unexpected angles. Ships that had positioned themselves carefully for southwest winds find themselves broadside to northwest gales. The wind shift feels almost malicious, as if the storm is making sure nothing escapes its attention. On the coast of Hampshire, a small fishing village experiences what locals will later describe as the most terrifying hour of the night. The wind had been bad but survivable. Then the shift happens, and suddenly the wind is coming straight off the ocean with nothing to block it. The entire village's fishing fleet, 20 small boats drawn up on the beach, is picked up and thrown against the seawall. Houses nearest the water are struck by waves that have no business being that large. 3 cottages simply collapse into the sea, which is now reaching places it has never reached before. The village church, which sits on a slight rise and has been a landmark for 200 years, loses its entire roof in one piece. The roof simply lifts off, sails several hundred yards inland, and lands in a field where it will remain largely intact. The church bell falls from the tower and rolls down into the village square, where it will stay for weeks because it's too heavy to move easily, and there are far more pressing concerns. As the first hints of grey light begin to appear in the eastern sky, though light is a generous term for the murky dimness that passes for dawn on November 27th, people begin to realise that they might actually survive this. The storm is still raging, but there's a subtle lessening of intensity, a sense that perhaps the worst has passed. Of course, nobody can be sure. The storm has already defied every expectation and broken every rule. Who's to say it won't suddenly intensify again? But slowly, gradually, the wind does begin to decrease. Not quickly, this isn't like a switch being flipped off, but measurably. By 6 a.m, it's possible to stand outside without being knocked down, though you still need to lean into the wind and watch for flying debris. By 7 a.m, the wind has dropped to what would normally be called gale force, which after the horrors of the night feels almost calm by comparison. The storm isn't over. It will continue to batter parts of England and move on to ravage sections of Europe for another day. But the absolute peak, that nightmare period between midnight and dawn, is finally ending. People begin to emerge from whatever shelter they found, stepping out into a world that has been fundamentally transformed. Imagine stepping out of your shelter as the grey light of November 27th grows strong enough to actually see by. The wind is still blowing hard, but compared to the night's fury, it feels almost gentle. The first thing that strikes you is the smell. Fresh wood from thousands of broken trees, salt spray carried miles inland from the sea, disturbed earth from buildings that have collapsed, and smoke from fires that have broken out in the chaos. The second thing you notice is the sound. After hours of continuous roaring wind, the relative quiet is almost disorienting. Your ears are ringing from the sustained volume, but there are new sounds now. The crash of delayed structural collapses as buildings that were weakened during the night finally give up. The calls of people searching for family members and neighbours, and the creaking of damaged structures that are still partially standing. Then you look around and your mind struggles to process what you're seeing. The landscape has been transformed so completely that it takes a moment to orient yourself. Trees that were landmarks, that you've used your entire life to navigate, are gone. Buildings that define the skyline have vanished or are now unrecognisable ruins. The village or town you've lived in your whole life has become a foreign country overnight. In the countryside, the devastation is staggering, but at least it's spread out. Entire forests are flattened, yes, but forests were going to be cut down eventually anyway for timber. It's shocking, but it's not as immediately heartbreaking as what's happening in population centres. In towns and cities, the destruction is intimate and immediate. This pile of rubble was the Baker family's house, where Mrs. Baker made the best bread in the village. That scattered timber was the smithy where horses were shod and tools were mended. The church where you were baptised, where your parents were married, and where your grandparents are buried. It's now missing half its roof and its entire steeple. The community's physical memory has been partially erased overnight. People are emerging slowly and cautiously, many of them in shock. You see a woman standing in front of where a house used to be, just standing there staring at the rubble, not moving, not speaking. A man is walking in circles in his yard, picking up random objects, a cooking pot, a child's shoe, a book, holding each one for a moment before setting it down and picking up something else, as if he's lost the ability to decide what's important. Children are crying, some from fear, some from exhaustion, and some from that peculiar distress that comes from having their entire world revealed as less safe and stable than they believed. Dogs are barking frantically, trying to find their owners or protect property that no longer exists. Cats are nowhere to be seen. They've all hidden in whatever deep, dark places they could find and won't emerge for days. The death toll becomes apparent gradually. Someone finds a body under rubble here. Another is discovered in a collapsed building there. A family didn't make it out when their house collapsed. An elderly person, too frail to evacuate to stronger shelter, was crushed when a beam fell. The numbers start to accumulate, and with each discovery the community's shock deepens. In London, the scene is apocalyptic. Streets are impassable, blocked by fallen chimneys, collapsed walls, and debris. The lead merchant's warehouse near the Thames has collapsed, spilling thousands of sheets of lead roofing material into the streets. Tiles and bricks lie everywhere, mixed with broken glass, splintered wood, and scattered belongings from homes that no longer have roofs to protect their contents. Westminster Abbey looks like it's been hit by artillery. The roof damage is extensive, exposing the interior to the elements. Several pinnacles and decorative elements have fallen, smashing into the streets below. The clock tower has stopped working, its mechanism jammed by the building's structural shifts. The Queen will later be told that the damage to the Abbey alone will cost thousands of pounds to repair, a fortune in 1703 money. Daniel Defoe, having survived the night with his family, begins what will become the world's first systematic disaster investigation. He places advertisements in London newspapers, asking people to send him their observations and experiences. He's going to collect data, compile statistics, and create a comprehensive account of the storm. It's revolutionary journalism, using systematic investigation and eyewitness testimony to document a natural disaster. His eventual publication, The Storm, will become a historical document of immense value. Along the coast, the maritime disaster is beyond anything the Royal Navy has experienced in peacetime. Portsmouth Harbour looks like a battlefield. Ships are piled on top of each other, masts are broken and trailing in the water, and hulls are stove in and sinking. Bodies are washing up on shore, sailors who went into the water during the night and never made it out. The Eddystone Light, which stood as a symbol of human engineering triumphing over nature, has vanished completely. Search ships will eventually find the rocks where it stood, but not a single piece of the structure remains. Henry Winstanley, who designed and built the lighthouse, and who famously said he wanted to be inside it during the greatest storm to prove its strength, got his wish in the cruelest way possible. His confidence in his engineering has cost him everything. Merchant ships from around the world have been destroyed. A vessel from the East Indies carrying spices and silk worth a small fortune has sunk in the harbour. A ship from the Americas, loaded with tobacco and sugar, has been driven onto the rocks and broken apart. Insurance companies in London will face bankruptcy from the claims. The financial impact of the storm will ripple through the economy for years. The total ship losses are difficult to calculate initially because ships keep being found wrecked in unexpected places. The wind was strong enough to blow vessels miles from where they should have been. One merchant ship is found several miles inland, blown up a tidal creek and deposited in a farmer's field, like some bizarre sea monster that lost its way. It will stay there for years because moving it is impractical. Eventually, it will just rot in place, becoming a landmark and a reminder. Bishop's Palace in Wells, Somerset has lost most of its roof. Tiles that have protected this building for centuries are gone, scattered across the countryside. Rain is now falling into rooms that haven't been wet since they were built. Ancient manuscripts and documents are being hastily moved to try to save them from water damage. It will take months to make the palace weatherproof again. Canterbury Cathedral, one of the most important religious sites in England, has suffered damage to its Bell Harry Tower. Stonework that has stood since the 1400s has been weakened or destroyed. Lead sheets have been torn from the roof. The Archbishop will later calculate that the storm has done more damage to the cathedral than was inflicted during the entire Reformation. As people begin to assess the damage and start the overwhelming task of recovery, stories emerge that strain credibility. A woman in Kent claims that her chickens were blown 2 miles from her farm and landed alive but extremely confused in a neighbour's yard. A farmer insists that the wind was so strong it blew the fleece off several of his sheep. A claim that seems impossible until you see the sheep in question, partially sheared by wind and flying debris. Someone finds a haystack from Sussex sitting intact in a field in Kent, blown 20 miles from its original location. A weather vane from a church steeple in Hampshire is discovered embedded in a tree in Dorset, 40 miles away. These objects aren't just blown around, they're becoming projectiles that travel distances that seem to violate the laws of physics. The task of clearing the debris and beginning repairs is overwhelming. In every village, in every town, people are looking at months or years of work. Roofs need to be rebuilt, walls need to be repaired, and trees need to be cleared. And winter is coming. Damaged buildings need to be made weatherproof before the real cold arrives. There's a desperate urgency to the work, driven by the knowledge that another storm, even a normal one, could be catastrophic for buildings that are barely standing. Help begins to arrive from areas that were less affected. The northern counties, which experience strong winds but nothing like the destruction in the south, send workers and materials. The Queen opens the royal purse to help with repairs to churches and public buildings. Wealthy landowners organise relief efforts for their tenants. It's not enough. It can't be enough. But it's something. And in the aftermath of disaster, something is infinitely better than nothing. As the day progresses and the wind continues to die down, people start trying to understand what happened. This is the beginning of a collective attempt to make sense of something that defies comprehension. In an age before modern meteorology, before weather science as we know it, people are reaching for explanations that make sense within their worldview. In the days and weeks following the Great Storm, people across England are asking the same question: what just happened? You have to remember that in 1703, the scientific understanding of weather was primitive at best. The barometer exists, yes, but it's a novelty. The concept of air pressure is understood in abstract terms by a few scientists, but the connection between pressure systems and weather is still being debated in academic circles. Most people's understanding of weather comes from centuries of folk wisdom and religious interpretation. Storms are sent by God, either as punishment for sin or as tests of faith. Weather patterns are influenced by the moon, by the stars, and by various signs and omens that experienced people learn to read. It's not scientific, but it's the framework people have for understanding their world. So when a storm of unprecedented violence strikes without warning and causes unimaginable destruction, the search for meaning becomes urgent. Religious leaders, who serve as the primary interpreters of major events, immediately frame the storm in theological terms. Sermons across the country describe it as divine judgment, though what exactly England is being judged for varies depending on the preacher's particular theological emphasis. Some ministers point to the ongoing war with France, suggesting that God is displeased with the bloodshed. Others focus on moral decay in London, claiming that the storm is punishment for the theatre, gambling, and other vices flourishing in the capital. Still others take a more political angle, suggesting that religious divisions between Anglicans and dissenters have angered the Almighty. These explanations provide comfort in their way. If the storm is divine judgment, then it's not random, it has meaning, purpose and cause. And if it has a cause, then perhaps it can be prevented next time by improving moral behaviour, reforming religious practices. It's a way of restoring a sense of control in a situation that revealed how little control anyone actually has. Queen Anne, who is deeply religious, orders a national day of fasting and prayer to be held in January. It's both a religious observance and a political statement, acknowledging the disaster while demonstrating royal concern for the nation's welfare. Churches across England will hold special services, and people will pray for the souls of the dead and for protection from future disasters. But not everyone is satisfied with purely religious explanations. A small but growing number of natural philosophers, the term scientist won't be coined for another century, are approaching the storm from a more analytical perspective. They want to understand the physical mechanisms that could produce such extraordinary winds. Daniel Defoe's investigation represents this new way of thinking. He's collecting data systematically, comparing accounts from different locations, and trying to map the storm's path and intensity. He's asking questions like, how fast were the winds? Nobody knows, because instruments to measure wind speed won't be invented until the 1800s. What was the air pressure? The few people with barometers report unprecedented lows, but there's no standard measurement system. Did the storm follow a predictable path? The accounts suggest something strange, a rotating storm system that moved across southern England, but the concept of cyclonic rotation won't be understood for over a century. Robert Hooke, the brilliant but often overlooked scientist who serves as curator of experiments for the Royal Society, has been keeping detailed weather records for years. He reviews his observations from late November and notes the unusual barometric pressure readings. He suspects there's a connection between the rapid pressure drop and the storm's intensity, but he lacks the theoretical framework to explain it properly. The Royal Society, England's premier scientific institution, holds several meetings dedicated to discussing the storm. Members present observations, theories, and speculations. Some of their ideas are surprisingly close to modern understanding. They correctly identify that the storm involved rotating winds and moved from west to east. Other ideas are completely wrong, including suggestions that earthquakes under the Atlantic somehow caused the storm or that unusual planetary alignments influenced atmospheric conditions. What makes the discussion interesting is that they're trying to apply empirical observation and logical reasoning to a natural phenomenon, rather than simply accepting supernatural explanations. This represents an important moment in the development of meteorological science, even if the actual understanding is still primitive. One observation that particularly puzzles natural philosophers is the storm's extraordinary wind speed. Several people report seeing objects blown at velocities that seem impossible. Tiles flying like birds, pieces of roof travelling for miles, people actually being lifted off their feet. These accounts suggest wind speeds far beyond what anyone has measured or documented before. Modern meteorological analysis, conducted centuries later using Defoe's collected accounts and other historical records, suggests that wind speeds during the storm's peak may have reached 120 to 130 miles per hour, possibly higher in gusts. That's Category 3 hurricane strength, but occurring in a latitude where such storms essentially never happen. It's the equivalent of a major Caribbean hurricane somehow appearing in the English Channel, meteorologically bizarre and historically unprecedented. The storm's path is also unusual. Most Atlantic storms that reach England come from the southwest and weaken as they approach land. This storm seems to have intensified as it approached, which violates normal storm behaviour. It also maintained its strength far longer than normal, battering southern England for over 12 hours at peak intensity. Everything about it is exceptional, anomalous, and wrong according to the typical patterns that experienced observers recognise. Agricultural communities are particularly concerned with understanding what happened, because they need to know if it could happen again. If this was a one-time divine judgment, that's one thing, but if it's a weather pattern that might recur, then building practices need to change, farming strategies need to adapt, and communities need to prepare differently for winter storms. The answer, frustratingly, is that nobody knows. This could be a once-in-a-millennium event that won't recur for centuries, or it could be the first of a new pattern. Maybe the climate is changing. Maybe some fundamental shift in atmospheric conditions has occurred. Without historical records going back more than a generation or two, and without scientific instruments to measure conditions properly, it's impossible to put the storm in proper context. What people do know is that their understanding of what weather can do has been fundamentally revised. Before the storm, people thought they knew the limits of wind strength, the maximum height of waves, and the worst that nature could throw at England. The storm has demonstrated that those limits were imaginary, that nature is capable of violence far beyond what anyone considered possible. This realization is both terrifying and, in an odd way, liberating. If the old certainties about weather are wrong, then perhaps other certainties are also questionable. Maybe the world is more dynamic, more changeable, and more surprising than traditional wisdom suggests. It's an uncomfortable thought, but it's also the kind of thinking that drives scientific progress. Insurance companies are also trying to understand the storm, but for purely practical reasons. They need to calculate risks and set premiums, which requires some ability to predict the likelihood of future disasters. The losses from this storm are bankrupting several insurance firms, and the survivors need to figure out how to price policies in a world where apparently impossible disasters can actually occur. This leads to some of the first attempts at actuarial science applied to weather, trying to use historical records and mathematical probability to estimate storm frequency and intensity. It's crude by modern standards, but it represents the beginning of treating weather disasters as calculable risks rather than simply unpredictable acts of God. As weeks turn to months and England slowly recovers from the Great Storm, the ways it has changed the country begin to emerge. Some changes are obvious and immediate. Thousands of buildings have been rebuilt with stronger construction methods, for instance. Other changes are more subtle, working their way through culture and consciousness in ways that will influence British society for generations. The most immediate legacy is architectural. The storm has provided a brutal lesson in what works and what doesn't when it comes to withstanding extreme winds. Thatched roofs, while traditional and relatively inexpensive, have proven catastrophically vulnerable. In the reconstruction that follows, you can see a shift toward tiles and slates, toward heavier roofing materials that won't simply blow away. Building techniques change too. Timber framing gets reinforced, buildings are anchored more securely to their foundations, and walls are built thicker. There's a new appreciation for stone construction, even though it's more expensive. The storm has essentially provided free but extremely harsh testing of construction methods, and builders are learning from the results. The windmill industry undergoes a complete redesign. The catastrophic failures during the storm, mills spinning themselves to destruction, catching fire or simply exploding, have made it clear that current designs are inadequate. Engineers develop better brake systems, stronger gearing and emergency shutdown mechanisms. Future windmills will be built lower and sturdier, trading some efficiency for much better storm survival. Lighthouse construction sees even more dramatic changes. The complete obliteration of the Eddystone Light makes it clear that wooden structures, no matter how cleverly designed, simply cannot withstand the worst the ocean can throw at them. When the lighthouse is rebuilt, it will be stone, and when that proves insufficient and is replaced again 50 years later, it will be even heavier stone with innovative engineering. The storm effectively ends the era of wooden offshore lighthouses. The Royal Navy learns hard lessons about harbour management and ship security. New mooring systems are developed, harbour configurations are redesigned, and procedures for securing ships during extreme weather are completely overhauled. The loss of so many ships in harbour, where they should have been safe, is an embarrassment that the Navy is determined not to repeat. But beyond these practical changes, the storm leaves deeper marks on British culture and psychology. It becomes a reference point, a benchmark against which all future storms are measured. For generations afterward, people will say things like, "the worst storm since 2003, or "not as bad as the Great Storm." It enters the national memory as a shared trauma that defined an era. The storm also contributes to a slowly growing sense that the world is more knowable and less mysterious than previous generations believed. The fact that someone like Defoe could systematically investigate a natural disaster, collect data, and produce a comprehensive account. This represents a new way of understanding the world, not through divine revelation or ancient authority, but through observation, documentation, and analysis. Defoe's The Storm, published in 1704, becomes a bestseller and remains in print for decades. It's part disaster account, part investigation, and part meditation on human vulnerability in the face of nature. But more importantly, it's proof that complex natural phenomena can be studied systematically and understood rationally. This approach will influence everything from how future disasters are documented to how scientific investigation is conducted. The insurance industry, forced to reinvent itself after the storm's financial devastation, becomes more sophisticated and more mathematical in its approach. The disaster accelerates the development of actuarial science and risk assessment. In a very real way, the modern insurance industry, with its complex calculations of risk and probability, has roots in the attempts to understand and price the risk of another great storm. Weather observation becomes more systematic in the storm's aftermath. More people invest in barometers, detailed weather logs are kept, and patterns are noted. The Royal Society encourages this systematic observation, collecting data that will eventually contribute to the development of meteorology as a proper science. It will take another century and a half before weather forecasting becomes reliable, but the Great Storm marks an important step in that direction. The religious response to the storm also has lasting effects, though perhaps not the ones the clergy intended. While sermons frame the disaster as divine judgment, the fact that the godly and ungodly suffered equally raises uncomfortable questions. Why would God destroy churches while sparing taverns? Why kill pious sailors while sparing sinful merchants? These questions don't shake religious faith. England remains deeply Christian, but they contribute to a gradually developing sense that maybe natural events have natural causes rather than being direct expressions of divine will. This is part of a larger intellectual shift happening across Europe, the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, observation and natural law. The Great Storm doesn't cause this shift, but it provides dramatic evidence that supports the new way of thinking. If even the weather follows natural laws rather than being directly controlled by divine intervention, then perhaps the entire universe operates according to predictable principles that humans can discover and understand. In literature and culture, the storm becomes a symbol of nature's power and human vulnerability. It appears in poems, plays and novels. Artists depict the devastation in engravings and paintings, the image of ships being torn apart in harbour, of ancient trees toppling, of churches losing their steeples. These become powerful metaphors for the fragility of human achievements in the face of natural forces. The storm also influences British maritime culture and the national self-image. Britain sees itself as a naval power, as a nation connected to the sea. The fact that the sea could strike so devastating a blow right in the heart of British naval strength is sobering. It reinforces the respect for the ocean that is central to British maritime tradition. The understanding that the sea is never fully tamed, never completely safe, and always demands respect. For the families who lost loved ones in the storm, the legacy is more personal and more painful. Approximately 8,000 people died, most of them sailors who drowned when their ships went down. That's a staggering number for a country with England's population in 1703. Nearly every coastal community lost someone. Every port town has widows and orphans. The human cost ripples through society for a generation. There's also an economic legacy. The destruction of property, the loss of ships and cargo, and the cost of reconstruction, all of this represents an enormous financial burden. England in 1703 is already fighting an expensive war with France. Adding a massive natural disaster on top of that strains the national economy. Taxes are raised to fund reconstruction of government buildings and churches. Insurance premiums skyrocket. Some businesses never recover. But there's also resilience in the response. Communities come together to rebuild. Neighbours help neighbours clear debris and repair homes. The nation as a whole demonstrates a capacity to absorb a devastating blow and keep functioning. This resilience becomes part of Britain's national character, part of the story the country tells about itself, that British people endure, persist and carry on regardless of circumstances. The Great Storm becomes part of the cultural mythology that helps define what it means to be British. It's invoked during World War II when the Blitz is compared to natural disasters of the past. It's referenced during subsequent hurricanes and floods. It becomes one of those foundational stories that help a nation understand itself, a reminder that Britain has faced catastrophe before and survived. From a modern perspective, knowing what we now know about climate and weather systems, the Great Storm of 1703 remains meteorologically fascinating. Computer models attempting to recreate the storm based on historical accounts suggest it was essentially a bomb cyclone, an extratropical storm that underwent explosive intensification, with pressure dropping at unprecedented rates. These storms are rare but not impossible, and when they occur in the North Atlantic, they can produce conditions similar to major hurricanes. What makes the 1703 storm exceptional is that it struck at peak intensity, maintained that intensity for many hours, and hit the most populated and developed part of England directly. It was a perfect storm in the literal sense, the perfect combination of meteorological conditions, timing and geography to produce maximum devastation. Modern climate science can't say with certainty whether the storm was a pure anomaly or whether it reflected broader climate patterns. The early 1700s fall within what's called the Little Ice Age, a period of cooler than average temperatures in Europe. Some climate historians speculate that the unusual temperature patterns of this period might have contributed to unusual storm patterns, but the evidence is inconclusive. What we can say is that storms of similar intensity are possible today. The technology and infrastructure of modern Britain are better equipped to handle extreme weather than the wooden buildings and sailing ships of 1703. but a storm of truly equivalent intensity. Sustained winds of 120 plus miles per hour striking southern England would still cause catastrophic damage despite all our modern advantages. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the story winds toward its end, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Storm of 1703 can teach us more than 3 centuries later. Because while the specifics are historical, the themes are eternal. Nature's power, human vulnerability, resilience in the face of disaster, and the ongoing challenge of understanding forces beyond our control. The people of 1703 lived in a world that was in many ways utterly different from ours. They travelled by horse and sailing ship, lit their homes with candles, and had no electricity, no engines, and no synthetic materials of any kind. Their entire technological civilization was based on wood, stone, metal, and muscle power, human and animal. Yet their emotional responses to the storm would be immediately recognisable to anyone who has lived through a natural disaster. The fear as the winds intensified, the uncertainty about whether shelter would hold, the shock of seeing familiar landscapes transformed into unrecognisable devastation, the grief of loss, the overwhelm of recovery, and the gradual emergence of resilience and determination to rebuild. These human experiences transcend technology and time. The storm also reminds us that nature operates on scales and with forces that dwarf human power. For all our modern technology, our reinforced buildings, our weather satellites, our computer models, we remain fundamentally vulnerable to natural forces. We've gotten better at predicting disasters and surviving them, but we haven't eliminated the vulnerability. A storm strong enough can still overwhelm our preparations. This isn't a depressing thought, or at least it doesn't have to be. There's something almost comforting about the reminder that humans aren't in complete control, that there are forces in the world larger than our politics, our economies, and our personal concerns. The wind that blew through England in 1703 didn't care about national boundaries, religious differences, social class, or individual achievement. It treated everyone equally, which in its way was a form of justice. The Great Storm also demonstrates the importance of systematic observation and record-keeping. Without Daniel Defoe's investigation, without the detailed accounts he collected, our understanding of the storm would be much more limited. We'd have scattered references in letters and diaries, but not the comprehensive picture that Defoe's work provides. This has relevance for how we approach modern challenges. Climate change, for instance, requires exactly this kind of systematic, long-term observation and documentation. We need people willing to do the patient, unglamorous work of collecting data, comparing accounts, and building comprehensive records. Defoe's work in 1703 was pioneering in this regard. He essentially invented disaster journalism and established a model for investigating natural catastrophes that we still use today. The storm also illustrates how disasters can accelerate change. The architectural improvements, the advances in maritime safety, the development of insurance practices, and the progress in weather observation. All of these might have happened eventually, but the storm compressed years or decades of gradual development into a few months of urgent necessity. Sometimes it takes a crisis to overcome inertia and implement improvements that people had been discussing but not acting on. This pattern repeats throughout history. The Great Fire of London in 1666 led to improved building codes and the first organised firefighting services. The Titanic sinking in 1912 revolutionised maritime safety regulations. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 transformed emergency management planning. Disasters, for all their tragedy, can be powerful catalysts for positive change, assuming we're willing to learn from them. The religious responses to the storm are also instructive, not because they were correct in their attribution of divine judgment, but because they show how people seek meaning in natural disasters. Humans seem psychologically wired to find patterns and purposes, even in random or probabilistic events. When something terrible happens, saying, "It's just bad luck," or "It's a statistical inevitability," doesn't provide the same psychological comfort as finding meaning in the event. Modern, secular society has largely replaced religious interpretations with scientific ones, but the underlying need to understand and contextualize disaster remains. We explain hurricanes in terms of sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure gradients, which is more accurate than explaining them as divine judgment. But the psychological function is similar, to make the incomprehensible comprehensible, and to restore a sense of order and understanding to chaotic events. The storm also reminds us about the power of community in recovery. The immediate aftermath saw people helping each other, sharing resources, and working together to clear debris and repair damage. This spontaneous cooperation wasn't organised by government or mandated by authority. It emerged naturally from people recognising their mutual vulnerability and mutual dependence. This pattern appears in virtually every disaster, ancient or modern. When catastrophe strips away the normal social structures and economic systems, people tend to cooperate rather than compete. The popular image of disaster survivors descending into chaos and violence is largely myth. The reality is usually mutual aid and solidarity. The Great Storm of 1703 demonstrated this, and every disaster since has confirmed it. There's something deeply optimistic in this pattern. It suggests that beneath all our divisions and differences, humans retain a fundamental capacity for empathy and cooperation. When things are really bad, when survival is uncertain and the normal rules don't apply, people tend to help each other. This capacity for mutual aid might be one of humanity's most important survival traits. The storm's legacy also includes all the stories that have been passed down through generations. The grandmother who survived by hiding in a stone cellar, the sailor who was washed overboard but managed to grab floating debris and was rescued at dawn, the village that lost its church but rebuilt it stronger. These stories become part of family histories, local traditions, and the narrative fabric of communities. These oral histories serve important functions. They preserve memory, they transmit lessons, and they connect generations. They remind people that their ancestors faced catastrophes and survived, which provides perspective during current difficulties. When your own world feels like it's falling apart, knowing that your great-great-great-grandparents survived the Great Storm of 1703 can be genuinely comforting. As weather patterns become more extreme due to climate change, the Great Storm takes on new relevance as a historical benchmark. It reminds us that even without human-caused climate change, nature is capable of producing extreme events. It provides a calibration point. If storms like this were possible in the Little Ice Age, what might be possible in a warming world? This isn't to minimise climate change or suggest that extreme weather is nothing new. Rather, it's to acknowledge that we're not starting from a baseline of calm, predictable weather. Earth's climate has always produced extremes, and human civilization has always had to contend with nature's capacity for violence. Climate change is making this worse, potentially much worse, but the underlying vulnerability was always there. The Great Storm of 1703 stands as a testament to both human vulnerability and human resilience. It showed how quickly the comfortable, familiar world can be torn apart by natural forces. But it also showed how people respond, with courage, with mutual aid, and with determination to understand what happened and to rebuild better than before. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the wind that blew through England on that November night in 1703. It started as disturbances in the atmosphere over the Atlantic, subtle differences in temperature and pressure that gradually amplified into something monstrous. It travelled thousands of miles across the ocean, gathering strength until it struck a small island with unprecedented fury. The wind itself was just air in motion, molecules responding to physical laws with no consciousness or intent. Yet the people who experienced it described it in almost personal terms, as if the wind had will, had purpose, had rage. This is how humans make sense of forces beyond our control, by anthropomorphizing them, by creating narratives that turn natural processes into stories we can understand. That wind is gone now, its energy long since dissipated, its molecules scattered across the atmosphere and cycled through countless other weather systems over the past 3 centuries. But its effects ripple forward through time. The buildings that were redesigned because of it still stand, incorporating lessons learned on that terrible night. The maritime safety procedures it inspired still protect sailors. The systematic approach to disaster investigation that Defoe pioneered still guides how we respond to catastrophes. The people who experienced the storm are gone too, of course. The last survivor died sometime in the late 1700s, and with them died the immediate memory of that night. But they left records, stories, and descriptions that allow us to reconstruct their experience. Daniel Defoe's investigation preserved hundreds of accounts that would otherwise have been lost. Parish records documented the deaths. Insurance claims recorded the property damage. Letters and diaries captured personal reactions. These records allow us to touch, across 3 centuries, the experience of people who face something overwhelming and terrifying. We can read their words, follow their logic, and share their fear and grief and eventual determination. History isn't just dates and facts. It's the accumulated experience of countless individuals, preserved in fragments that we can piece together into something like understanding. If you visited southern England today, you could still find traces of the Great Storm if you knew where to look. There are ancient trees whose trunks show damage from 1703 and limbs that were torn away and never quite grew back properly. There are buildings that incorporate salvaged timbers from structures destroyed in the storm. There are graveyards where unusual clusters of burials from November and December 1703 tell silent stories of loss. The storm has become part of the landscape's deep history, part of the accumulated memory that makes a place what it is. Every location has these layers, events that shaped the land and the people, that influenced how communities developed, that left marks both physical and cultural that persist long after the events themselves have faded from living memory. And somewhere in the Atlantic right now, air is moving, pressure systems are forming, and weather is being made. The same physical processes that created the Great Storm of 1703 are still operating. The same equations govern how storms form and intensify. The same ocean that bred that ancient tempest still breeds modern ones, and still occasionally produces conditions that create extraordinary violence. We're better prepared now than people were in 1703. We have warning systems, sturdy buildings, and weather forecasts that can predict storms days in advance. But we're not invulnerable. Nature still has the capacity to surprise us, to produce events at the edge of probability that exceed our preparations and assumptions. This is both sobering and, in a strange way, exciting. It means the world retains its capacity to astonish us, to remind us that for all our knowledge and technology, we remain part of natural systems that operate on scales beyond our control. We're passengers on a planet spinning through space, protected by a thin layer of atmosphere that sometimes moves in ways that can tear our civilization apart. But we're passengers with memory, with records, with the accumulated wisdom of generations who faced disasters and learned from them. The Great Storm of 1703 is part of that accumulated wisdom, a reminder of what's possible, a lesson in vulnerability and resilience, and a story that connects us to people long dead who faced their darkest night with whatever courage they could muster. As you sleep tonight, safe in a building that incorporates 3 centuries of improved understanding of wind resistance and structural engineering, you're benefiting from lessons that were purchased with great suffering in 1703. Every secure roof beam, every well-anchored foundation, every building code and safety regulation, they all rest on the accumulated experience of people who faced disasters and said, "Never again, or at least not like this." Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing human story of learning from catastrophe, of building better after disaster, of facing an indifferent universe with determination and ingenuity. The wind that blew in 1703 is gone, but the lessons it taught remain, woven into the fabric of how we build, how we prepare, and how we understand our place in the natural world. And tomorrow, when you check the weather forecast, a routine action that would have seemed like magic to someone in 1703, remember that you're benefiting from centuries of careful observation that began in part with people trying to understand the incomprehensible storm that struck on a November night 300 years ago. The great storm of 1703 is over, but its legacy continues. It lives in our buildings, our institutions, our scientific understanding, and our cultural memory. It reminds us that history isn't just about kings and wars and political events. It's also about ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances, about human vulnerability and resilience, and about the ongoing conversation between human civilization and the natural forces that shaped the planet long before we arrived, and will continue long after we're gone. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as peaceful as that November night was violent. The storm has passed, the wind has settled, and morning always comes, even after the longest, darkest night. Picture yourself standing on a tree-lined street in London, somewhere around 1885. The gas lamps are just being lit, creating pools of amber light that don't quite reach the darkening spaces between them. It's late October, and the air has that particular quality that autumn brings. Crisp enough to make you grateful for your coat, but not yet bitter with winter's approach. The smell of coal smoke drifts from chimneys, mixing with the earthy scent of fallen leaves that have been dampened by afternoon rain. You're not in the London of Dickensian poverty or industrial grime, though. You've found yourself in one of those comfortable neighbourhoods where doctors and lawyers and prosperous merchants live. People who have done well enough to afford homes with proper parlours and dining rooms, maybe even a small servant or two. The kind of people who read novels and attend concerts and host parties that last well into the evening. Tonight is Halloween, though the Victorians often called it All Hallows Eve or Snap-Apple Night or Nutcrack Night, depending on which region of Britain you found yourself in. The holiday hadn't yet become the commercial spectacle you know today. There were no plastic decorations manufactured in distant factories, no costume shops, and no bowls of miniature chocolate bars waiting by the door. Instead, Halloween in Victorian times was something more intimate and subtle, a night that belonged as much to tradition and folklore as it did to parlour games and gentle superstition. The house you're approaching has its curtains open despite the gathering darkness, which is unusual for the time. Victorians typically valued their privacy, drawing heavy drapes against the night and the curious eyes of passers-by. But on Halloween, there was a feeling that the boundary between public and private, like so many other boundaries, became a bit more permeable. Through those uncovered windows, you can see the warm glow of oil lamps and candles and shadows moving against walls papered in rich patterns of burgundy and forest green. The front door opens before you can knock, and warm air rushes out to meet you, carrying with it the scent of apples and cinnamon, burning candles, and that particular mustiness of old books and wool carpets. The hostess, let's call her Mrs. Eleanor Ashford, greets you with the restrained warmth that Victorian middle-class propriety demanded. No effusive hugging or squealing, just a genuine smile and a gentle touch on your arm as she welcomes you into her home. Inside, the hallway is dimmer than modern homes, lit only by a single lamp on a side table. Your eyes need a moment to adjust, and in that adjustment period, the house seems almost to breathe around you. The walls are covered in dark wallpaper, and every available surface holds something. A vase, a photograph in an ornate frame, a small sculpture, or dried flowers under a glass dome. Victorians abhorred empty space the way nature abhors a vacuum, filling their homes with objects that spoke of taste, education, and respectability. Mrs. Ashford takes your coat and leads you toward the back of the house, where the main parlour waits. As you walk down the hallway, you notice that the usual family photographs and landscape paintings have been joined by something else. Autumn leaves pressed between sheets of glass, branches of rowan berries in vases, and here and there, small carved, turnips with candles flickering inside them. These are the original jack-o'-lanterns before Irish and Scottish immigrants brought the tradition to America, and discovered that pumpkins were far easier to carve than tough, fibrous turnips. The turnip lanterns cast weird, dancing shadows on the walls, their carved faces less cartoon-like than their pumpkin descendants would become. These faces look genuinely eerie in the candlelight, hollowed out and skull-like, with a kind of ancient menace that plastic decorations could never quite capture. But they're also oddly comforting, these little lights in the darkness, these small defences against whatever might be lurking in the October night. You're not the first guest to arrive. As Mrs. Ashford opens the parlour door, you see perhaps a dozen people already gathered, all dressed in their respectable evening clothes. The women in dresses with high collars and narrow waists, their hair pinned up in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to achieve. The men in dark suits with high-buttoned vests and watch chains glinting in the lamplight. Everyone looks both formal and somehow cosy, like they're ready for both ceremony and comfort. The parlour itself is a study in Victorian decorative excess tempered by autumn's influence. The usual heavy furniture, overstuffed chairs and settees, side tables crowded with knickknacks, a piano against one wall, has been supplemented with seasonal touches. Swags of autumn leaves, both real and silk, drape along the mantelpiece and picture rails. Apples sit in bowls on every available surface, their red and green skins polished to a shine. Hazelnuts fill small dishes, and in the fireplace, a proper coal fire burns with that particular blue and orange flame that coal produces, radiating heat into the room and creating shadows that dance across the ceiling. What strikes you most, though, is the quality of the light. In our modern world, we're so accustomed to uniform, overhead illumination that we forget how darkness used to have texture and depth. Here, the light comes from the fire, from oil lamps turned down to a gentle glow, and from candles in wall sconces and on the piano. Shadows aren't just the absence of light, they're almost substantial, gathering in corners and pooling under furniture. And in those shadows, on this particular night, anything might be lurking. This is the world where Victorian Halloween lived, not in broad daylight or harsh electric glare, but in this liminal space between light and dark, between summer's abundance and winter's scarcity, between the world you can see and the world you can only sense. Before we get too far into the evening's festivities, it helps to understand what Halloween actually meant to these Victorian partygoers. Unlike their 20th century descendants, who would largely forget the holiday's origins in favour of candy and costumes, the Victorians were still close enough to Halloween's roots to feel the weight of its history. Halloween, or All Hallows' Eve, sits on the calendar like a hinge between seasons and between worlds. It falls on October 31st, the night before All Saints' Day, positioned right at that moment when autumn stops being harvest time and starts being the descent into winter. For agricultural societies, which Britain still largely was in Victorian times, despite all the factory smoke and urban growth, this transition point had always been significant. The holiday reached back through Christian tradition to even older Celtic. Celebrations of Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the darker half of the year. The Celts believed that on Samhain, the boundary between the living world and the other world grew thin, allowing spirits to cross over. This wasn't necessarily terrifying. These might be the spirits of beloved ancestors coming back to visit after all, but it was certainly unsettling. When Christianity spread through Celtic lands, it did what Christianity often did with pagan holidays. It absorbed them, renamed them, and gave them new meaning while keeping much of the old symbolism intact. Samhain became All Hallows' Eve, the night before All Saints' Day, when Christians commemorated their holy dead. But underneath the Christian overlay, those older beliefs about thinning veils and visiting spirits remained, like old wallpaper showing through new paint. By Victorian times, most educated, middle-class people didn't literally believe in ghosts, wandering the earth on Halloween night, or at least they would have been embarrassed to admit it if they did. The Victorian era was, after all, the age of science and progress, of railways and telegraphs and gaslight. Superstition was something for country folk and the uneducated lower classes, not for respectable people in respectable homes. Yet here's the fascinating thing. Those same respectable people were absolutely fascinated by the supernatural. This was the era of spiritualism, when seances were fashionable parlour entertainment, and mediums could fill theatres with people hoping to contact their departed loved ones. This was the age when ghost stories became a literary genre, when people devoured tales of haunted houses and spectral visitations. The Victorians might have said they didn't believe in ghosts, but they certainly loved talking about them. Halloween gave them permission to indulge this fascination under the cover of tradition and folklore. You could pretend to consult spirits about your future spouse, not because you actually believed in such things. Heavens no. But because it was a charming old custom, a bit of harmless fun, and a way to connect with the quaint beliefs of your ancestors. The fact that you might feel a genuine thrill of excitement or unease while doing so, well, that was just part of the entertainment. The Victorian middle class had a particular genius for taking potentially frightening or socially disruptive elements and domesticating them. turning them into parlour games and polite amusements. This was, after all, an era that turned sex into coded flower language, and death into elaborate mourning rituals with specific rules for every stage of grief. Halloween underwent the same transformation, from a night when the dead might genuinely walk abroad to an evening of structured games and fortune-telling, all conducted in well-lit parlours under the watchful eye of respectable hostesses, but something of the original power remained. Even domesticated and turned into entertainment, these Halloween traditions still touch something deeper. That awareness of cycles and seasons, of death as part of life, of the mystery that lurks just beyond the edge of understanding. The Victorians might have dressed it up in propriety and called it folklore, but they were still, in their own way, acknowledging the same realities that their Celtic ancestors had recognised centuries before. This is what makes Victorian Halloween so fascinating. It existed in that perfect balance point between genuine belief and complete scepticism, between ancient tradition and modern rationality, between treating it all as a joke and feeling that shiver down your spine when a candle gutters unexpectedly or a shadow moves in a way that shadows shouldn't move. Let's return to Mrs. Ashford's parlour, where the evening is about to truly begin. As more guests arrive, you start to notice the careful thought that has gone into preparing the space for Halloween festivities. Victorian party planning was an art form, and a successful hostess paid attention to details that might escape modern notice. The decorations, for instance, follow a logic quite different from contemporary Halloween aesthetics. There are no skeletons or witches or manufactured spookiness. Instead, Mrs. Ashford has created an atmosphere that speaks more to autumn's transition than to death's door. Those swags of autumn leaves aren't just pretty, they're symbols of change and decay, of life completing its cycle. The apples represent the harvest, the successful conclusion of the growing season, but also the old British tradition of apple divination, which we'll get to soon enough. Look more closely at the mantelpiece, and you'll see that Mrs. Ashford has arranged her seasonal decorations with the same careful attention to symmetry and balance that governs all Victorian interior design. A pair of brass candlesticks, polished to a high shine, stand at either end. Between them, she's created a sort of harvest tableau, sheaves of wheat, clusters of grapes, probably artificial silk ones, since real grapes would be past their season, and those ever-present apples. Tucked among them are small personal touches, a few feathers from game birds, some chestnuts, and a sprig or two of rosemary and sage from her kitchen garden. The walls, already crowded with the usual Victorian clutter of framed prints and family. Photographs have been supplemented with paper chains cut in autumn colours, deep golds, rust reds, and browns that look almost black in the lamplight. Some enterprising guests at previous parties have clearly contributed paper cutouts of oak leaves and acorns, which hang from the picture rail on black threads, spinning slowly in the warm air rising from the fire, but it's the lighting that really sets the mood. Mrs. Ashford has been strategic about which lamps to light and which to leave dark. The corners of the room are deliberately dim, creating pockets of shadow that make the space feel somehow larger and more mysterious than it would in full light. The fire provides most of the illumination, supplemented by candles in hurricane glasses that protect the flames from drafts while allowing them to flicker and dance. On the piano, someone has draped a length of black silk, and atop it sits a curious collection of objects. A small mirror, face down, a bowl of water with a single candle floating in it, several walnuts, and what appears to be a ball of yarn. These aren't random decorations. They're the tools for tonight's fortune-telling games, and their presence transforms the piano from a musical instrument into something like an altar to divination. The room smells wonderful in a way that's hard to describe to someone accustomed to air fresheners and scented candles. There's the coal fire, which has its own particular smell, not unpleasant but definitely present, a sort of mineral warmth. There's the wood of the furniture, which has absorbed decades of beeswax polish, and now releases it slowly in the heat. There's the faint mustiness of old fabric and carpets, the sharper scent of the apples, and underneath it all the slightly sweet, waxy smell of burning candles. Mrs. Ashford has also thought about sound, or rather, the lack of it. Unlike modern parties where music might be playing constantly in the background, here the ambient noise is much gentler. The crackle and hiss of the coal fire, the rustle of silk and taffeta as women adjust their positions in their chairs, and the soft tick of the mantel clock. When people speak, they do so in relatively quiet voices. Loud laughter or raised voices would be considered somewhat vulgar, a sign of insufficient self-control. This attention to atmosphere isn't just Victorian fussiness, it's intentional scene setting for the kinds of activities that will happen later. Fortune-telling and ghost stories work better in dim, quiet spaces where shadows have substance and imagination has room to work. Mrs. Ashford understands that mystery requires a certain amount of darkness, both literal and figurative. The temperature in the room is also worth noting. The Victorians didn't have central heating, so rooms tended to be either too hot near the fire or too cold away from it. Mrs. Ashford's parlour follows this pattern, deliciously warm if you're sitting near the hearth, but with a definite chill along the outer walls. This temperature gradient adds to the atmosphere. You find yourself drawn toward the warmth and the light, away from the colder, darker edges of the room where shadows congregate. As the last guests arrive and settle into their places, you notice how the seating arrangement has been managed. Unlike modern parties where people might circulate freely, Victorians tended to arrange themselves more formally, with subtle hierarchies of age, gender, and social status governing who sat where. The most comfortable chairs near the fire have been reserved for older guests and ladies, while younger people and gentlemen stand or perch on less comfortable seats farther from the heat. This formality might seem stifling to modern sensibilities, but it served a purpose. By establishing clear structures for interaction, it created a safe framework within which people could engage in activities that might otherwise feel risky or improper. When you know exactly where you stand in the social hierarchy and what's expected of you, it's easier to participate in games of chance and divination without feeling like you're actually crossing important boundaries. Mrs. Ashford catches everyone's attention not by calling out or clapping her hands, that would be far too crude, but simply by moving to the centre of the room and waiting. Victorian social training meant that people noticed when a hostess was preparing to speak and naturally fell silent, giving her the floor without her having to demand it. The evening's entertainment is about to begin, and in the warm, shadowy parlour, with the fire crackling and the turnip lanterns casting their eerie light, you can feel the anticipation building like static electricity before a storm. Mrs. Ashford begins with the most traditional of Halloween fortune-telling games, apple divination. This isn't some quaint custom she's invented for the evening. It's a practice that reaches back centuries, and every person in the room would have grown up hearing about it from parents and grandparents. She directs everyone's attention to a large, wooden tub that had been hidden behind a screen. It's filled with water, and floating on that water are perhaps a dozen apples, their red skins gleaming in the candlelight. This is snap-apple, one of the most enduring Halloween traditions, and even though everyone present is far too sophisticated to believe it actually predicts the future, they're all eager to participate. The rules are simple enough. Each person in turn must try to catch an apple using only their mouth, no hands allowed. Successfully catching an apple supposedly predicts a successful year ahead, particularly in matters of love and marriage. The first person to succeed will be the first to marry. The last person might expect to remain single for another year. It's all in good fun, of course, just a silly game, but notice how the unmarried young people in the room are paying particularly close attention. A young woman goes first, kneeling beside the tub in her elaborate dress, trying not to get her sleeves wet. She makes several attempts, her face getting progressively redder as she pursues the elusive apples, which bob away whenever she gets close. The apples are playing hard to get, spinning and dodging in the water like they have minds of their own. Finally, after much laughter from the assembled guests, she manages to pin one against the side of the tub and catch it between her teeth, emerging triumphant and only slightly damp. The game continues around the room, with varying degrees of success, and splashing. What makes it interesting is how it temporarily breaks down Victorian reserve. Suddenly proper ladies and gentlemen are kneeling on the floor getting their faces wet, laughing at their own undignified struggles. There's something levelling about the game, something that reduces everyone to the same slightly ridiculous level. But there's more going on here than simple silliness. Apples have been symbols of knowledge, temptation, and divination for centuries. In Celtic tradition, the apple tree was sacred, associated with the otherworld and with immortality. By using apples for divination on Halloween, when the veil between worlds was thought to be thinnest, the Victorians were tapping into a very old current of belief. Once everyone who wishes to has tried their luck with the snap-apple, Mrs. Ashford produces another apple-based divination. This one is quieter and more intimate. She hands an apple to one of the young women and provides a knife, instructing her to peel the apple in one continuous strip without breaking the peel. Once she's managed this, and it takes some concentration and skill, she's to throw the peel over her left shoulder. The shape it makes when it lands will supposedly form the initial of her future spouse's name. The young woman performs this operation with great care, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. The apple peel spirals down in one long curling ribbon, and when she finally throws it over her shoulder, everyone crowds around to see what letter it might form. The peel lies in a shape that could perhaps be an R, or maybe a P, or possibly just a random coil. But the ambiguity is part of the fun. Everyone has an opinion about what letter they see, and the young woman laughs and blushes, probably thinking about which of her acquaintances has a name beginning with R. These apple games might seem trivial, but they served an important social function, in an era when marriages were still partly business arrangements, and when courtship was heavily chaperoned and regulated. Halloween divination gave young people a sanctioned way to think about romance and express their hopes for the future. It was all pretend, of course. Nobody really believed that apple peels could predict marriages, but it created a space where such hopes could be voiced, examined, and laughed about. Next comes the mirror divination, and this one is more atmospheric, edging closer to the genuinely eerie. The lights are dimmed even further, and Mrs. Ashford produces a hand mirror that's been kept face down on the piano. The traditional practice, she explains, is for a young woman to go alone to a darkened room at midnight, sit before a mirror, and eat an apple while looking at her reflection. If she's destined to marry, she'll supposedly see the face of her future husband appear over her shoulder in the mirror. Of course, in a parlour full of people, nobody's going alone anywhere, and it's not yet midnight. But Mrs. Ashford has adapted the tradition. She arranges for one of the young women to sit with her back to the room, holding the mirror so she can see both her own reflection and whatever might be behind her. The room falls silent, even the fire seems to quiet its crackling, as the young woman stares into the mirror. Nothing happens, of course, but in the silence and the dimness, with everyone's imagination activated by the build-up, there's a genuine moment of tension. Shadows shift in the candlelight. The young woman stares into the mirror, and you can see her own uncertainty about whether she really wants to see something or not. It's a perfect example of how the Victorians could create atmosphere and suspense using nothing more than tradition, dim lighting, and the power of suggestion. After a suitable pause, the young woman turns around, laughing a bit nervously, and reports that she saw nothing but her own reflection. Everyone relaxes and the conversation picks up again, but something has shifted in the room. The games have created an atmosphere of possibility, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, there might be more going on tonight than rational minds want to acknowledge. As the evening progresses, Mrs. Ashford introduces other forms of divination, each with its own history and symbolism. These games might seem random to modern observers, but they follow a logic rooted in centuries of folklore and seasonal tradition. The next game involves hazelnuts, which have been placed in a bowl on the mantelpiece, warming gently in the heat from the fire. In some parts of Britain, Halloween was known as Nutcrack Night, and nuts featured prominently in the evening's fortune-telling practices. Mrs. Ashford explains the procedure. Each person selects 2 hazelnuts and names them, one for themselves and one for someone they're romantically interested in or currently courting. The nuts are then placed on the edge of the fire. If the 2 nuts burn quietly side by side, the relationship will be peaceful and successful. If they pop and jump away from each other, the relationship is doomed to discord. And if one nut explodes spectacularly, well, that suggests passion of one sort or another. Hazelnuts are placed carefully on the hot coals, and everyone watches with the kind of intense interest usually reserved for much more important matters. The nuts begin to heat, their shells darkening, and then the popping starts. One pair sits quietly together, barely moving, much to the satisfaction of the established married couple who named them. Another pair seems engaged in active warfare, with one nut practically launching itself across the fireplace, while the other sits smugly in place. This produces much laughter and teasing. What's fascinating about this practice is how it allows people to externalize their anxieties and hopes about relationships. By assigning significance to how nuts behave in a fire, they're creating a framework for thinking about compatibility and future happiness that feels both playful and somehow meaningful. It doesn't matter that there's no rational connection between nut behavior and romantic success. The game provides a language for discussing these important but difficult topics. The nut divination is followed by a practice involving cabbage. Yes, cabbage, which might seem like the least romantic vegetable imaginable, but which actually has a long history in Halloween folklore. Traditionally, young women would go blindfolded into a garden at midnight and pull up the first cabbage they encountered. The size, shape, and amount of dirt clinging to its roots were said to predict the appearance and wealth of their future spouse. A large cabbage with lots of dirt attached meant a tall, wealthy husband. A small, clean cabbage suggested something rather less impressive. Mrs. Ashford, lacking both a garden and midnight timing, has adapted this tradition in a characteristically Victorian way. She's brought in several cabbages of varying sizes and had them arranged on a table in the back parlour. Young women take turns being blindfolded and led to the table, where they must select a cabbage by touch alone. The ensuing predictions about future spouses, based on whether they've chosen a large or small cabbage, a leafy or compact one, provide much amusement. But perhaps the most intriguing divination of the evening involves something called the 3 bowls, or the 3 dishes. Mrs. Ashford has arranged 3 identical bowls on a side table, covering them with cloth napkins so their contents aren't visible. One bowl contains clean water, one contains dirty water, and one is empty. Each person who wishes to try their luck must close their eyes and choose a bowl, dipping their fingers into it or finding it empty. Clean water predicts marriage to someone pure and virtuous. Dirty water suggests marriage to a widow or widower, someone who's already been through one relationship. An empty bowl means no marriage in the coming year. It's all quite solemn and serious until someone gets the dirty water and everyone dissolves into laughter at the thought of this person's supposed romantic future. These divinations, silly as they might seem, touch on something deeply human, our desire to know what's coming, to have some sense of control over our futures. The Victorians might have dismissed these practices as mere superstition, but they participated in them with genuine enthusiasm. There's something comforting about the idea that the universe might drop hints about what's ahead, even if those hints come in the form of apple peels and exploding hazelnuts. Between these various games, people mingle and chat, helping themselves to refreshments that Mrs. Ashford has laid out on the dining room table. There are more apples, of course, along with nuts to crack, seed cake, gingerbread, and a large bowl of punch made with apples and spices. The food is substantial but not elaborate. Halloween wasn't an occasion for formal dining. The younger guests are particularly animated, their earlier reserve melting away as the evening progresses and the games become more absurd. There's something about shared silliness that breaks down social barriers, even Victorian ones. When you've just watched someone you barely know stick their face in a tub of water trying to catch an apple, certain formalities seem less important. The older guests watch these proceedings with what appears to be indulgent amusement, though you suspect that some of them are remembering their own youthful Halloween parties, their own attempts at divination, and their own hopes and fears about the future. The games might be silly, but the feelings they address, the desire for love, for security, for some glimpse of what tomorrow might bring, these are universal and timeless. As the evening deepens and the coal fire burns lower, Mrs. Ashford begins to shift the mood. The active games give way to something quieter but potentially more powerful, the telling of ghost stories. This transition is managed skillfully. The lamps are turned down even further, making the shadows in the corners of the room seem to expand and grow more substantial. Fresh coal is added to the fire, which responds with blue flames that cast an eerie, flickering light across the assembled faces. People draw their chairs closer together, forming a more intimate circle. The temperature in the room drops slightly as the fire rebuilds and more than one person pulls their shawl or jacket a bit tighter. Ghost stories had become tremendously popular in Victorian times, and Halloween provided the perfect excuse to indulge. In this particular form of entertainment, the stories served multiple purposes. They were thrilling without being truly frightening. They provided a way to discuss death and the afterlife in an acceptable social context, and they allowed people to experience fear in a controlled, safe environment. Mrs. Ashford begins with a relatively mild tale, something about a spectral hitchhiker on a country road who vanishes before reaching his destination. It's a classic ghost story structure: mysterious stranger, helpful gesture, supernatural revelation, and everyone listens with the kind of polite attention that educated Victorians brought to most social activities. But as she tells the story, something interesting happens. The listeners begin to lean forward, drawn into the narrative despite themselves. Mrs. Ashford is a good storyteller, knowing when to pause, when to lower her voice, and when to inject a sudden detail that makes people jump. She's not just reciting a tale, she's creating an experience, using her voice and the atmosphere of the room to transport her audience into the story's world. When she finishes, there's a moment of silence, that particular quality of silence that follows a well-told story when people are still half inhabiting its reality. Then someone else volunteers to share a story they've heard about a haunted house in their hometown, where lights appear in windows of long-abandoned rooms. The stories continue, each person who speaks adding their own contribution to the evening's entertainment. Some tales are clearly borrowed from books or magazines. Victorian periodicals were full of ghost stories, and educated people read widely. Others claim to be true events that happened to a friend of a friend, that classic framework of urban legends. A few stories are local traditions tied to specific places or historical events. What's striking about these Victorian ghost stories is their restraint compared to modern horror. There are no graphic descriptions of violence, no gore, and no emphasis on physical terror. Instead, the stories rely on atmosphere, suggestion, and psychological unease. A mysterious figure glimpsed at twilight, a cold spot in a warm room, a feeling of being watched. These subtle touches create more lasting discomfort than any amount of explicit horror. One gentleman tells a story about a house where a clock in a sealed room continues to chime the hours, even though nobody has wound it for decades. The clock belonged to a man who died there, and it supposedly marks the hours of his restless spirit's nightly wanderings. It's not a particularly frightening story, but something about the image of that clock chiming in darkness, keeping time for someone who's beyond time, sends a little shiver through the room. A young woman contributes a tale about a mirror that won't reflect certain people, those who are marked for death within the year. She tells it well, with just the right amount of hesitation, as if she's not quite sure whether she should be sharing this particular story. When she finishes, you notice that several people unconsciously avoid looking at the mirrors in the room. Between stories, the fire crackles and settles, sending up occasional sparks. The candles have burned lower, their flames growing smaller and more unstable. Outside, you can hear the wind picking up, rustling through the autumn leaves and occasionally causing a branch to scratch against the window. These ambient sounds become part of the storytelling experience, natural sound effects that enhance the atmosphere. Mrs. Ashford steers the selection carefully, making sure that nobody tells anything too frightening or too dark. There are boundaries even for Halloween. Certain subjects are simply not discussed in polite company, and graphic or deeply disturbing content would be considered in poor taste. The story should create a pleasant frisson of unease, not genuine terror or distress. The storytelling also provides an opportunity for people to demonstrate their education and cultural knowledge. References to Shakespeare's ghosts, to classical mythology, and to contemporary literature. These all indicate that the speaker is well-read and cultured. Ghost stories in Victorian parlours were as much about displaying refinement as they were about scaring people. As the night wears on and the stories continue, something subtle happens to the atmosphere in the room. The repeated invocation of ghosts and spirits and the emphasis on the supernatural and the uncanny create a kind of consensual haunting. Even though nobody literally believes in the stories being told, the collective imagination of the group gives them a kind of reality. The shadows in the corners feel more watchful, and the creaks of the old house more significant. This is what the Victorians understood about Halloween. That atmosphere and imagination could create experiences that felt meaningful, even if they weren't literally true. By gathering together in a candlelit room and telling stories of ghosts and spirits, they were participating in a tradition that connected them to their ancestors, while also creating a shared moment of controlled wonder. As the evening at Mrs. Ashford's party continues, with the fire burning low and the candles guttering in their holders, it's worth pausing to consider what all this actually meant to the Victorians themselves. Why did respectable, rational people gather in parlours to bob for apples and tell ghost stories? What were they really celebrating on Halloween night? On the surface, it's tempting to dismiss Victorian Halloween as mere entertainment. Parlour games to pass a long October evening, nothing more significant than an evening of cards or charades. But if you look more closely, these Halloween traditions served deeper purposes in Victorian society. First and foremost, Halloween provided a sanctioned opportunity to acknowledge death and the supernatural in a culture that was simultaneously obsessed with and terrified of both topics. The Victorian era was marked by high mortality rates, particularly among children and young adults. Death was a constant presence in people's lives, yet social conventions demanded that grief be expressed in highly controlled, ritualized ways. You mourned according to strict rules about clothing, behaviour and duration. Genuine emotional expression was often seen as a dangerous loss of control. Halloween offered a release valve for these suppressed anxieties. By framing death and spirits as folklore and entertainment, the Victorians could engage with their fears in a way that felt safe and socially acceptable. The ghost stories weren't really frightening. They were thrilling. The divination games weren't really about controlling fate. They were just fun. This distancing mechanism allowed people to touch on difficult subjects without having to directly confront their genuine terror of loss and mortality. Secondly, Halloween maintained a connection to agricultural rhythms and seasonal cycles that was rapidly disappearing in industrialising Britain. As more people moved to cities and worked in factories and offices, the direct relationship with nature that had governed human life for millennia was breaking down. You no longer planted and harvested according to the seasons. You worked the same hours in the same building regardless of whether it was spring or winter. Halloween, with its emphasis on autumn harvest symbols, apples, nuts, late vegetables reminded people that human life was still fundamentally tied to natural cycles. The holiday marked the transition between the abundance of harvest and the scarcity of winter. A transition that might not matter as much when you buy your food from shops rather than growing it yourself, but which still resonates on some deeper level. The fortune-telling games, meanwhile, addressed a peculiarly Victorian anxiety about the future, particularly regarding marriage and social status. For young women especially, marriage was the single most important event that would shape their entire lives. A good marriage meant security, respectability, and the possibility of happiness. A bad marriage or no marriage at all could mean poverty, social marginalisation, and dependence on relatives who might resent the burden. Yet despite marriage's enormous importance, young people had relatively little control over their romantic fates. Courtship was heavily supervised, social mixing was limited by class boundaries, and parental approval was essential. In this context, divination games offered a fantasy of control, the idea that you might glimpse your future or influence your fate through symbolic actions. It didn't matter that nobody really believed apple peels could predict initials, or that nuts in fire revealed compatibility. The games provided a language for hopes that couldn't be directly expressed. Halloween also served as what anthropologists might call a ritual of inversion, a sanctioned time when normal rules could be temporarily relaxed. On ordinary evenings, young women didn't kneel on the floor with their faces in tubs of water while everyone watched. People didn't sit in darkened rooms trying to summon visions in mirrors. These activities involved a degree of undignified behaviour and superstitious practice that would have been embarrassing on any other night. But on Halloween, such things were acceptable, even expected, because they were traditional. This temporary loosening of normal constraints served an important social function. It allowed people to blow off steam, to be slightly silly, and to interact across social boundaries that usually remained firmly in place. The young woman who successfully caught an apple could laugh and be congratulated by people who would normally maintain a more formal distance. The gentleman who told a particularly effective ghost story earned admiration regardless of his exact position in the social hierarchy. For the Victorians, Halloween also represented continuity with the past at a time of rapid change. Britain in the late 19th century was transforming almost beyond recognition. Railways had revolutionised transportation, telegraphs had changed communication, and photography had altered how people understood images and memory. Traditional crafts were being replaced by factory production, and old social hierarchies were being challenged by new wealth from industry and trade. In this context of constant change, Halloween offered connection to something older and more stable. These were the same games that grandparents had played, the same stories that had been told for generations. The traditions linked Victorians to their ancestors and provided a sense of continuity in a world that often seemed to be spinning into unfamiliar territory. There's also something to be said for the communal aspect of Victorian Halloween. In an era before radio, television, or the internet, entertainment was something you created yourself, usually with others. A Halloween party brought people together in shared activity. Not just passive consumption of entertainment created by others, but active participation in games, storytelling, and tradition. Everyone contributed to the evening's success. Everyone had a role to play. This communal creation of entertainment fostered social bonds in ways that individual consumption of mass media never quite could. When you'd watch someone struggle to catch an apple, listen to them tell a ghost story, and participated with them in divination games, you'd shared experiences that created genuine connection. You'd seen them in moments of silliness and seriousness, competence and clumsiness. These shared moments built the social fabric that held communities together. The spiritual dimension of Halloween, though often downplayed in respectable Victorian society, hadn't entirely disappeared. While middle-class urbanites might have dismissed literal belief in ghosts and spirits, there remained a sense that Halloween was a thin time, when the boundary between worlds became permeable. This wasn't necessarily frightening. It could also be comforting, a time when departed loved ones might feel closer, when the dead weren't entirely lost but somehow still part of the family. Victorian culture's elaborate mourning practices reflected the central place of death in daily life. People wore mourning clothes for years after a loss, kept locks of hair from the deceased, and took photographs of dead children posed as if sleeping. Halloween, with its acknowledgement that the dead might somehow still be present, fit into this broader cultural framework of maintaining connections with those who had passed on. Back in Mrs. Ashford's parlour, the evening is reaching its natural conclusion. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, the candles are mere stubs, and several of the oil lamps have been extinguished entirely. The room is darker now than it was hours ago, the shadows deeper and more assertive. The storytelling has wound down, and people sit quietly, some still absorbed in the mood created by the tales, others chatting in low voices about less supernatural topics. Someone suggests one final divination, something to end the evening on an appropriately mysterious note. Mrs. Ashford nods and produces a key, an old-fashioned iron key, the kind that might unlock a trunk or an ancient door. She explains the tradition. At midnight on Halloween, you take a key and hold it over your left shoulder while looking into a mirror. If you're destined to have your heart's desire granted in the coming year, you'll see the key's reflection clearly. If the reflection is blurred or distorted, challenges lie ahead. It's nearly midnight now, the mantel clock shows 5 minutes to 12, and the timing feels almost orchestrated, though of course Mrs. Ashford has been subtly steering the evening toward this moment. Someone dims the remaining lamps even further, until the room is lit almost entirely by the dying fire and a few candles. As midnight approaches, you can feel the tension building. It's absurd, really. Nobody actually believes that the position of clock hands has any mystical significance, that midnight is somehow more supernatural than any other time. Yet in this darkened room, after hours of ghost stories and divination games, after the repeated invocation of spirits and supernatural forces, midnight feels genuinely significant. The clock begins to chime, its mechanism producing that particular, resonant sound that old clocks have, not the electronic beep of modern timepieces, but a genuine bell being struck. Each chime seems to hang in the air before fading, and nobody speaks while the clock completes its 12 strokes. In the silence following the final chime, someone holds the key over their shoulder and looks into the mirror. The candlelight catches the metal, making the reflection shimmer and dance. Is it clear? Is it distorted? In this lighting, it's impossible to say definitively, and that ambiguity is perfect. The person lowers the key and turns away from the mirror, smiling enigmatically, and others take their turns. What's interesting is how seriously people take this final divination. Even after hours of laughing at similar practices, there's something about midnight, about that moment when one day officially becomes another, that feels liminal and significant. For just a moment in that darkened room with shadows pressing close, it's possible to believe, or at least to suspend disbelief, in the idea that the universe might offer glimpses of what's to come. But the moment passes, as such moments always do. Someone makes a joke, breaking the tension. The lamps are turned up slightly. Mrs. Ashford begins to move about the room, subtly signalling that the evening is drawing to a close. Guests stir and stretch, beginning the social dance of departure that Victorian etiquette demanded. Coats are retrieved from wherever they were stored. Goodbyes are said with the appropriate level of formality. Thanks to the hostess for a delightful evening, compliments on the refreshments, and expressions of hope that they'll meet again soon. The guests who live nearby begin to depart, wrapping scarves against the October night and stepping out into darkness that now seems less mysterious and more simply cold. As you prepare to leave, you take one last look at the parlour. The turnip lanterns have burned out, their candles reduced to puddles of wax. The decorative autumn leaves look wilted and slightly sad in the dim light. The bowls of apples have been depleted, the nuts are scattered. The room, which seemed so enchanted earlier, now just looks like someone's parlour after a party, slightly messy, dimly lit. with that particular emptiness that spaces have when people have left them, but the memory of the evening will linger. Later, when you're walking home through dark streets lit only by occasional gas lamps, you might find yourself thinking about those ghost stories. When you pass a mirror, you might remember that tradition about seeing faces over your shoulder. When you eat an apple, you might recall the laughter and splashing of the snap apple game. This is what Victorian Halloween created. Not lasting terror or genuine supernatural experience, but a gentle enchantment that coloured ordinary things with a bit of mystery. For one evening, the respectable middle class allowed themselves to play with superstition, to tell stories about ghosts, and to pretend that hazelnuts and apple peels might reveal the future, and in doing so they created moments of community, connection, and carefully controlled wonder. If you could return to Mrs. Ashford's house the next morning, you'd find a very different scene. Daylight streaming through the windows that seemed so mysterious last night. The maid bustled about, clearing away the remains of the party, sweeping up nutshells and apple seeds. The parlour was being restored to its usual Victorian order, with all those decorative leaves and autumn touches being carefully packed away for another year. Mrs. Ashford herself might be at the breakfast table, reading the morning newspaper and thinking about thank you notes she'll need to write to guests who brought contributions to the party. The enchantment of Halloween has evaporated with the morning light, and life has returned to its ordinary rhythms of calling cards and household management and social obligations. But something has shifted, even if it's subtle. The guests who attended last night will remember the evening, not every detail perhaps, but the feeling of it. They'll mention it to friends who weren't there, perhaps exaggerating slightly how frightening the ghost stories were or how accurate the divination seemed. They'll tuck the memory away, and years later they might tell their own children or grandchildren about Halloween parties they attended when they were young. This is how traditions survive and evolve, not through any grand preservation effort, but through people enjoying them, remembering them and passing them along. The Victorian Halloween party, with all its games and divinations and ghost stories, was itself a link in a long chain stretching back to Celtic Samhain and forward to the Halloween you know today. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps pulling your blanket a bit closer, let's trace how those Victorian parlour games and fireside stories evolved into the Halloween you recognise today. It's a fascinating journey that crosses an ocean and transforms a relatively quiet celebration into a major commercial holiday. When Irish and Scottish immigrants came to America in the 19th century, they brought Halloween traditions with them. The fortune-telling games, the apple bobbing, the emphasis on autumn harvest, all of these travelled across the Atlantic and found new expression in the New World. But America's frontier spirit and entrepreneurial energy would transform these traditions in ways the Victorians might have found startling. The first major American transformation was the emphasis on community celebration rather than private parties. In rural America, Halloween became an occasion for barn dances and town gatherings, events that brought together much larger groups than could fit in a Victorian parlour. This shift from intimate to communal changed the nature of the celebration. The subtle atmosphere that Mrs. Ashford worked so hard to create, that careful balance of light and shadow, the quiet storytelling, the controlled sense of mystery, was harder to maintain in a barn full of neighbours. American Halloween also became more mischievous. Young people, particularly boys, took to playing pranks on Halloween night, tipping over outhouses, soaping windows and moving farm equipment. This trick element would eventually evolve into the trick-or-treat tradition, but in its early form it was less about candy and more about sanctioned minor vandalism. The Victorians would have been appalled. Halloween pranks violated their sense of proper behaviour and respect for property, but Americans seemed to view them as harmless fun. The costume element, which was relatively minor in Victorian celebrations, exploded in America. Where Victorians might have worn simple masks or modest costumes for their parlour games, American Halloween embraced elaborate disguises. By the early 20th century, costume parties were becoming standard, with people dressing as everything from ghosts and witches to contemporary celebrities and comic characters. This shift toward costumes changed Halloween's nature fundamentally. The holiday became less about divination and connection to the past and more about fantasy and play acting. Instead of trying to glimpse the future or contact spirits, people were creating alternate identities for themselves. It was still about transformation and mystery, but in a more theatrical, less spiritual way. The commercialization of Halloween began in earnest in the early 20th century. Manufacturers recognized a market opportunity and began producing Halloween-specific products: decorated paper goods, costumes, and candy. What had been a homemade celebration using seasonal materials, those turnip lanterns, autumn leaves and apples from your own trees, became something you could buy at a store. This commercialisation accelerated dramatically after World War II. Trick-or-treating, which had existed in various forms for decades, became standardised and widespread. Candy companies promoted their products specifically for Halloween. Costume manufacturers churned out ready-made outfits. Department stores created Halloween sections. The holiday was becoming an industry. But here's what's interesting. Even as Halloween became commercialised and transformed, some of those Victorian elements persisted. Apple bobbing, though less common now, is still recognised as a Halloween game. Ghost stories and scary movies have become central to October entertainment. The emphasis on autumn decorations, pumpkins, cornstalks and autumn leaves, continues the Victorian tradition of marking the season's change. The divination element has mostly disappeared, though you can still find articles about Halloween, fortune-telling traditions. Modern people are less interested in learning who they'll marry and more focused on candy and costumes. But the impulse behind those Victorian games, the desire to mark time passing, to acknowledge mystery and uncertainty, hasn't entirely vanished. It's just been channeled into different forms. The ghost story tradition, particularly, has proven remarkably durable. Victorian fireside tales evolved into pulp magazine stories, then radio plays, then horror movies and TV shows. Every October, people seek out scary content, not because they genuinely believe in the supernatural, but for that same reason the Victorians told ghost stories, to experience controlled fear, to touch on darker themes while remaining safe. Even the timing of Halloween has Victorian roots. The date was fixed long before Victoria's reign, of course, but the Victorian emphasis on October 31st as the primary Halloween celebration, rather than the extended period from October 31st through November 2nd that Catholic tradition observed, shaped how modern America celebrates. We focus on that single night, that one evening of costumes and candy and spookiness, rather than a longer period of remembering the dead. The Victorian influence also persists in Halloween's aesthetic. Those rich autumn colours, deep oranges, burgundies and browns, come directly from Victorian decorative traditions. The emphasis on candlelight and atmospheric lighting echoes those dimly lit parlours. Even the modern plastic decorations with their stylised witches and ghosts and black cats reference imagery that became codified during the Victorian era. What's been mostly lost, though, is the intimacy and subtlety of Victorian Halloween. Modern celebrations tend towards spectacle and excess. Huge animatronic decorations, elaborate haunted houses and vast quantities of candy. The Victorian emphasis on suggestion over statement, on creating atmosphere through careful detail rather than overwhelming the senses, that's largely disappeared. We've also lost the social function that Victorian Halloween served. Those parlour games brought people together in shared activity and created moments of genuine interaction and community. Modern Halloween, for all its popularity, tends to be more passive. You watch scary movies rather than telling stories to each other. You buy costumes rather than creating them with friends. You eat candy alone rather than playing games that require coordination and cooperation. But perhaps that's changing. In recent years, there's been a revival of interest in what you might call artisanal Halloween. People creating elaborate homemade decorations, hosting themed parties with vintage games, and seeking out authentic Victorian Halloween traditions. It's a small movement, mostly among people who find modern commercial Halloween unsatisfying, but it suggests that something about those Victorian practices still resonates. What the Victorians understood, and what modern Halloween sometimes forgets, is that the best celebrations engage imagination rather than simply overwhelming the senses. A turnip lantern with a single candle flickering in darkness creates a more genuine atmosphere than an expensive animatronic decoration. A well-told ghost story around a fire affects people more deeply than a gory horror movie. Simple divination games, invested with meaning by the participants, create more authentic moments than elaborate party entertainment. As we near the end of our exploration, it's worth considering what we might learn from Victorian Halloween, not to recreate it exactly, but to understand what made it effective and meaningful in ways that modern celebrations sometimes aren't. The Victorian approach to Halloween was fundamentally about creating atmosphere rather than purchasing it. Mrs. Ashford didn't buy her decorations from a Halloween store. She used what was available: autumn leaves, apples, candles, and fabric. The limitation forced creativity. but it also created authenticity. Her decorations weren't generic Halloween images mass-produced in factories. They were specific to her home, her region, and her autumn. This DIY approach meant that preparing for Halloween was itself part of the celebration, gathering autumn leaves, carving turnip lanterns, and planning games and divination. These activities built anticipation and involvement in ways that opening a package of store-bought decorations never quite can. The preparation was participatory rather than transactional. The Victorian emphasis on subtlety over spectacle also has something to teach us. They understood that darkness makes light more precious, that silence amplifies sound, and that suggestion is often more powerful than explicit display. A shadow in a darkened corner is scarier than a plastic skeleton, precisely because your imagination fills in the details. A whispered ghost story affects you more deeply than a loud, gory movie, because you have to lean in, pay attention, and engage actively with the narrative. Victorian Halloween was also fundamentally social in ways that modern celebrations often aren't. Everything happened together, in shared space, with everyone participating. You didn't retreat to separate screens or separate activities. The games required interaction. Someone had to hold the mirror, someone had to judge the apple bobbing, and someone had to tell stories while others listened. This forced togetherness created genuine community. The fortune-telling element, while we might not believe in it literally, served an important purpose. It gave people permission to voice hopes and fears that were otherwise difficult to express. The young woman wondering about her future could externalize that anxiety through apple peels and nut behavior, rather than having to speak directly about her worries. The games created a language for discussing difficult topics. This indirect approach to serious subjects might actually be something worth recovering. We tend to value directness and explicit communication, but sometimes metaphor and symbol allow us to approach truths that direct statement makes too raw or overwhelming. Halloween divination gave the Victorians a way to think about death, change, and uncertain futures without having to confront those realities head-on. The Victorian integration of Halloween with natural rhythms and seasonal change is particularly relevant now when climate change is disrupting the very seasons these traditions were built around. The emphasis on harvest, on the transition from abundance to scarcity, on preparation for winter, these connected people to ecological realities that we often ignore in our climate-controlled, always available food, modern world. Perhaps most importantly, Victorian Halloween maintained a balance between playfulness and reverence, between treating traditions as mere entertainment and taking them too seriously. The Victorians could participate in divination games without literally believing they worked, tell ghost stories without actually thinking ghosts walked abroad, and engage with supernatural themes while remaining fundamentally rational. They held multiple perspectives simultaneously: skepticism and wonder, reason and imagination, modern science and ancient folklore. This ability to engage with traditions symbolically rather than literally is increasingly rare in our polarized age, where we tend to sort everything into either literally true and therefore important, or provably false and therefore meaningless. The Victorians understood that something could be symbolically true and meaningful without being literally factual, that Halloween divinations didn't actually predict the future, didn't make them worthless. They served social and psychological functions that had real value. As you sit here, perhaps noticing that your tea has gone cold, or that you've pulled your blanket up almost to your chin, imagine one final scene with me. It's the deep hours of the night after Mrs. Ashford's party. All the guests have departed, and the house has settled into silence. In the parlour, a single coal in the fireplace still glows faintly, not producing much heat but maintaining a tiny point of light in the darkness. The turnip lanterns have burned out completely. The decorations look tired and slightly forlorn. The room smells of candle wax and coal smoke, apples and old fabric. Mrs. Ashford, before retiring to bed, does one final walk through the space. She adjusts a picture frame that's slightly askew, picks up a forgotten handkerchief, and makes sure the fire screen is properly positioned. She pauses for a moment, looking around at the dim parlour, probably thinking about the evening's success or failure, mentally noting what worked well and what she might change next year. Then she extinguishes the final lamp and leaves the room to darkness. The house creaks and settles around her as she climbs the stairs to bed. Outside, the October night is quiet except for wind in the trees and the occasional distant bark of a dog. The thin veil between worlds, if it was ever truly thin, has closed again. Halloween is over for another year, but something lingers. In the minds of the guests walking home or already lying in their beds, memories of the evening persist. A particularly effective ghost story keeps replaying the image of a face in candlelight, eyes wide while holding that key over a shoulder, the taste of apples and the feel of cold water during snap apple. These sensory memories will fade over time, but they'll leave traces contributing to each person's understanding of what autumn means, what mystery feels like, and how community forms and reforms through shared ritual. This is the real legacy of Victorian Halloween, not the specific games or traditions which have mostly faded or transformed beyond recognition, but the understanding that certain times of year call for certain kinds of attention, that the transition from one season to another deserves acknowledgement, that gathering together in shared activity creates bonds that persist beyond the gathering itself, that a well-told story around a fire does something to the human soul that watching a screen alone can never quite replicate. The Victorians, for all their stuffiness and their excessive furniture and their social rigidity, understood something about celebration that we've partially lost. They knew that the best festivities engage people rather than just entertaining them. They created experiences rather than consuming them. They used what was at hand rather than buying what was marketed to them. As you prepare to drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of Victorian parlours, of candlelit shadows and apple bobbing, of hushed ghost stories and mysterious mirrors, or perhaps you'll dream of something else entirely, your own memories, your own autumn evenings, your own celebrations with their own meanings. But maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up tomorrow with a slightly different sense of what celebration could be. Not just buying decorations and candy, not just passive entertainment, but the creation of atmosphere and meaning through attention and intention. Victorian Halloween wasn't perfect, nothing human ever is, but it had a gentle magic that's worth remembering. The thin veil between worlds that the Celts believed in wasn't just about spirits and the afterlife. It was also about the veil between past and present, between what was and what is. Every time we engage with tradition, really engage with it, understanding its origins and meanings, we thin that veil a little. We connect with the people who came before us, who celebrated in their own ways for their own reasons, but who shared our fundamental human need for ritual, community, and a touch of mystery. So as you close your eyes and let sleep take you, remember Mrs. Ashford's parlour. Remember the glow of the coal fire and the flicker of candlelight. Remember the laughter during snap apple and the hush during ghost stories. Remember the smell of autumn leaves and burning wax. Remember that once upon a time, not so very long ago, people gathered in comfortable rooms to play gentle games about the future and tell quiet stories about the past. And perhaps next autumn, when October winds are rattling the windows and leaves are drifting down from the trees, you might try lighting a candle instead of turning on all the lights. You might tell a story instead of turning on a screen. You might bob for apples or throw apple peels over your shoulder, or sit in the dark with friends and let imagination work its subtle magic. The Victorians are long gone, their parlours dismantled or converted to other uses, their elaborate social rules abandoned, their stuffed furniture mostly consigned to antique shops. But the understanding at the heart of their Halloween celebrations that mystery and community and seasonal awareness matter, that atmosphere and attention can create enchantment, that sometimes the old ways knew something worth preserving, that understanding is still available to us if we care to reach for it. Sleep well, and let the gentle ghosts of Victorian Halloween's past keep watch over your dreams. They're harmless spirits, these. Not frightening but friendly, not threatening but comforting. They whisper of autumn evenings and firelight, of laughter and shadows, of that perfect balance between playfulness and reverence that made Victorian Halloween something special. The coal in Mrs. Ashford's fireplace has finally gone dark, but its warmth lingers in memory. And that perhaps is the best kind of warmth, the kind that persists long after the fire itself has burned out, the kind that can be rekindled whenever we remember and honour the traditions that shaped us. Picture England in the early 1500s, and try to forget everything you think you know about it. This isn't the England of empire and industry, of tea and parliamentary democracy. This is an island nation still finding its footing, still figuring out what it wants to be when it grows up. The morning light filters through the small, thick-glassed windows of a manor house in the Cotswolds, illuminating dust motes that dance in the cold air. You can smell the wood smoke from cooking fires, mixing with the earthier scent of rushes covering the floor. rushes that need changing but probably won't be replaced for another week. The herbs scattered among them, lavender, rosemary and mint, release their fragrance when you step on them, a medieval attempt at air freshening that works better in theory than in practice. England in 1509 is a nation of about 3 million souls, which means it has fewer people than modern Los Angeles spread across an entire country. Most of those souls live in villages so small you could walk from one end to the other in the time it takes to finish your morning coffee. The largest city, London, houses perhaps 50,000 people crowded along the Thames, their timber-framed houses leaning into narrow streets where the upper stories nearly touch across the way, blocking out the sky. The rhythm of life follows the church bells that punctuate each day with their bronze voices. You wake to the sound of prime, the first morning prayer, and move through your day guided by terce, sext, nun, vespers, and finally compline as darkness falls. The bells aren't just timekeepers, they're the heartbeat of a society where the church isn't separate from daily life, but woven into every aspect of it, like threads in the very fabric you wear. And what fabric it is! If you're wealthy enough, you might own woolen cloth in deep reds or blues, colours that cost more than a labourer earns in months. The wool itself tells a story. England's economy runs on sheep, those placid creatures grazing on every available hillside, their fleece transformed in workshops and sold across Europe. When you wear wool in Tudor England, you're wearing the nation's primary export, its economic engine, and its claim to international relevance. The Catholic Church dominates the landscape both literally and figuratively. Parish churches anchor every community, their stone towers rising above thatched cottages like parents watching over children. Monasteries and abbeys dot the countryside. There are nearly 900 religious houses in England, home to perhaps 10,000 monks, nuns and friars. These aren't just places of prayer, they're hospitals, schools, hostels for travellers, and landlords controlling vast estates. The abbey at Glastonbury owns land in several counties. The monastery at Westminster practically is a small town unto itself. Your relationship with the church isn't optional or occasional. It's as fundamental as breathing. You're born into it literally, with baptism washing away original sin within days of birth. You marry in it, the priest's blessing transforming a private arrangement into a public sacrament. You'll die in it, receiving last rites that determine your soul's destination. In between, you attend Mass regularly. Confess your sins to a priest who knows all your neighbour's business too. Pay your tithes, observe the fast days, and purchase indulgences to reduce time in purgatory. The Pope in Rome, that distant figure in his Vatican palace, holds more practical power over English daily life than you might imagine. He can annul marriages, legitimise children, and grant special dispensations for everything from eating meat on Friday to marrying your cousin. He appoints bishops who become major political figures. He can excommunicate anyone from king to peasant, which in this society means cutting them off from all social connection and condemning their soul to hell. It's a threat that carries real weight when everyone you know believes it absolutely, but there are grumbles. In the taverns, those dim, smoke-filled rooms where ale flows and inhibitions loosen, you might hear men complain about how much land the church owns while paying no taxes. You might hear merchants frustrated by religious restrictions on business practices. You might even hear whispers about church corruption, though no one speaks too loudly because heresy is a burning offence, literally. The political landscape is equally complex. England has a king, Henry VII, who won his crown by killing the previous king on a battlefield, and who spent his reign consolidating power and filling the treasury. Parliament exists, but it meets irregularly when the king needs money. Local administration happens through a patchwork of nobles, bishops, sheriffs, and justices of the peace, a system that works mostly because everyone's known everyone else's families for generations. England's place in the wider European world is complicated. It's not quite the backwater some continental scholars dismiss, but it's not a major power either. Spain and France are the real players, with their larger populations, stronger economies, and more assertive kings. The Holy Roman Empire sprawls across Central Europe, a complicated patchwork that makes England's administrative system look elegantly simple. The Italian city-states control trade and banking. England makes good wool and occasionally causes trouble when its kings remember they technically claim the French throne. Technology is beginning to stir. Printing presses are starting to appear, though books remain expensive and most people can't read anyway. Navigation techniques are improving, making longer sea voyages possible. Gunpowder is changing warfare, though knights in armour still ride to battle as if nothing has changed. It's a world caught between medieval traditions and something new trying to be born. In this England of 1509, no one imagines the transformation coming. The monasteries seem eternal, the Pope's authority unquestionable, and the rhythm of Catholic life as unchanging as the seasons. If you could tell an English villager that within 30 years their local abbey would be torn down, their Latin Mass replaced with English prayer, and their spiritual connection to Rome severed forever, they would think you mad. But change is coming, carried not by armies or philosophers, but by one young man's desperate desire for something he cannot have. A legitimate son. On an April day in 1509, 17-year-old Prince Henry became King Henry VIII, and England got a ruler who looked like he'd been ordered from a royal catalogue, featuring only the most impressive specifications. Picture him at his coronation, 6 feet 2 inches tall in an era when most men barely reached 5.5 feet. Shoulders broad enough to fill out the elaborate doublets he favours, legs muscular from years of hunting and jousting. His hair catches the light through Westminster Abbey's stained glass, reddish gold, worn long enough to curl at his neck. His face hasn't yet acquired the jowly heaviness of his later years. Instead, it's all youth and confidence, with blue eyes that sparkle when he's pleased and turn cold when he's not. Henry moves through his coronation ceremony with the grace of someone who's been preparing for this moment his entire life, which isn't quite accurate. He was actually the spare heir, the insurance policy, while his older brother Arthur was groomed for kingship. But Arthur died at 15, 7 years earlier, leaving Henry to inherit not just a crown but also Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon. The young king is what we might call a Renaissance man, though that term won't be coined for centuries. He speaks Latin fluently, reads French, knows enough Spanish to charm his wife, and is learning Italian because educated people should know Italian. He writes poetry, not particularly good poetry, but enthusiastic poetry that scans properly and occasionally hits on a decent metaphor. He composes music, playing the lute, virginals, and recorder with genuine skill. His song Pass Time with Good Company will still be performed 500 years later, though mostly by people who enjoy singing in period costume. Henry jousts with the aggressive confidence of someone who's very good at sports and knows it. He hunts almost obsessively, sometimes riding for 8 or 10 hours straight, wearing out horses and companions with equal ease. He dances with the kind of vigour that makes watching him exhausting. At his coronation celebrations, he reportedly went through multiple partners because he kept wearing them out. But Henry's most impressive feature might be his mind. He's genuinely intelligent, with that particular kind of intelligence that loves learning new things and showing off that knowledge. He can debate theology with scholars, discuss tactics with military commanders, and hold forth on everything from architecture to astronomy. He's also convinced he's right about everything, which will become more problematic as he ages, but at 17 just seems like confidence. His father left him a full treasury, unprecedented for an English king, and young Henry approaches spending this money with the enthusiasm of someone who's just discovered their parents' credit card has no limit. He throws tournaments that cost more than the annual income for small counties. His coronation festivities last for days and include enough food to feed a small army, which is appropriate since he's essentially feeding his entire court plus hundreds of guests. The new king's household is a world unto itself, a mobile village of hundreds of people who exist solely to maintain royal comfort and dignity. There are gentlemen of the privy chamber who help him dress, grooms who manage his extensive wardrobe, servers who bring his meals, musicians who provide entertainment, chaplains who lead prayers, physicians who monitor his health, and countless others whose jobs have titles like Yeoman of the Mouth and make perfect sense in context. Henry's daily routine would exhaust most people. He rises around 6 or 7. hearing Mass almost immediately because religious devotion and political display conveniently overlap. He conducts business in the morning, signing documents, receiving ambassadors, consulting with counsellors, but never so much business that it interferes with dinner at 10 or 11. After dinner comes the real joy of his day: hunting, hawking, tennis, or jousting, depending on weather and mood. Supper arrives around 5 or 6, followed by entertainment, music, cards, dice, dancing, that can continue until midnight. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon seems initially quite successful. Catherine is 23 to Henry 17, which makes her practically an older woman in an era where most royal brides are teenagers. She's intelligent, educated, deeply religious, and genuinely seems to love her young husband. Henry appears equally devoted, calling her his true wife, and clearly enjoying her company. They're crowned together, rule together, and seem to share both affection and respect. Catherine comes from impressive stock. She's the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the monarchs who completed the Reconquista and funded Columbus's voyage. Her upbringing emphasized education and piety in equal measure. She reads Latin, speaks multiple languages, and understands politics with the sophistication of someone raised in one of Europe's most powerful courts. She's not just decorative, she's competent, which Tudor England actually values in its queen consorts. The court Henry creates around himself is magnificent by English standards. The continental observers sometimes find it a bit provincial. The great hall at any of his palaces fills with courtiers wearing their finest clothes. Doublets in rich fabrics, gowns with elaborate sleeves, and hats sporting feathers that cost small fortunes. The tables groan under roasted meats, pies, elaborate sugar sculptures, and wine from France and Spain. Musicians play from galleries while jesters and acrobats provide entertainment between courses. But beneath the magnificence, Henry's court is also a place of careful calculation. Every favour granted creates obligation. Every position filled affects the balance of power between competing noble families. Every smile or frown from the king can make or break careers. The men and women surrounding Henry are playing a complex game where the rules aren't written down but everyone knows them, and the penalty for mistakes can be severe. Henry's approach to kingship in these early years is energetic but not particularly focused. He wants to be a great king, certainly, but his understanding of greatness comes partly from medieval romance, and partly from his father's example. Great kings go to war, so Henry will go to war. Great kings are learned, so Henry will be learned. Great kings are pious, so Henry will be pious. It's kingship as performance, and Henry is a natural performer. His counsellors, particularly the brilliant Thomas Wolsey, who rises rapidly to become Lord Chancellor and Cardinal, handle most actual governance. Wolsey is everything Henry isn't: low-born, detail-oriented, and willing to do the boring administrative work that keeps a kingdom functioning. He's also ambitious, clever, and completely devoted to managing Henry's affairs in ways that keep his royal master happy while accumulating power for himself. The relationship between Henry and Wolsey works because it satisfies both men's needs. Henry gets to play king, fighting wars, hosting tournaments, impressing foreign ambassadors, while Wolsey runs the country. Wolsey gets wealth, power and influence far beyond what his butcher's son background would normally allow. It's a partnership that will last for 2 decades and accomplish remarkable things until the moment it doesn't. In these early years, Henry occasionally mentions his desire for a son. Catherine becomes pregnant multiple times, but the babies don't survive. A stillborn daughter, a son who lives only weeks, and more heartbreak. This is common in the 16th century, when infant mortality claims at least 1/3 of all babies, but it's particularly significant when you're trying to secure a dynasty. Still, Henry and Catherine are young. There's time. Everyone says there's time. Henry's England in these early years hums with optimism. The king is young, energetic, and generous. The treasury is full. The wars with France, while expensive and not particularly successful, at least make England feel important on the European stage. The monasteries continue their centuries-old routines. The parish churches anchor their communities. The Pope's authority remains unquestioned. Everything seems stable, permanent, and part of a natural order that will continue indefinitely. No one yet imagines that this golden young king, so devoted to his Spanish Catholic wife, will become the man who breaks England away from Rome. No one suspects that his desperate desire for a son will reshape English religion, politics, and daily life. The revolution is coming, but it approaches quietly, disguised as personal frustration rather than ideological conviction. As the 1520s unfold, you might notice subtle changes in how England's king speaks about authority and power. It's nothing dramatic at first, just a young man in his 30s growing more confident about his own judgment and less interested in deferring to others, even others wearing papal tiaras. Henry's theological education is impressive for a king. Most monarchs content themselves with attending mass and letting clergy handle the complicated stuff. But Henry actually reads theology. His library contains volumes by church fathers like Augustine and Jerome, medieval scholars like Thomas Aquinas, and contemporary humanists. He doesn't just read them, he makes notes in the margins, arguing with long-dead theologians as if they're sitting across from him at dinner. In 1521, Henry writes a book defending the 7 sacraments against Martin Luther's attacks. Yes, writes, not commissions, not takes credit for, but actually writes, complete with crossed-out sections and revisions that scholars will examine centuries later. The book earns him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X, which is deliciously ironic given what's coming. Henry is genuinely proud of this title, wearing it like a teenager wears their first varsity letter. But here's what makes Henry dangerous. He's smart enough to understand complex theological arguments, but convinced enough of his own righteousness to believe that when he understands something differently than traditional interpretation, tradition must be wrong. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect in a crowd, and it's going to reshape a nation. The issue of his marriage to Catherine begins gnawing at Henry like a persistent toothache. By the mid-1520s, Catherine is in her 40s and unlikely to have more children. Their only surviving child is Princess Mary, and England has never successfully been ruled by a queen in her own right. Henry starts wondering if perhaps his marriage was cursed from the beginning. He finds his answer in Leviticus, that Old Testament book of laws that most people skip over. Chapter 20, verse 21. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. Never mind that he has a daughter. The Hebrew word, Henry decides, really means sonless. Never mind that the Pope granted a dispensation specifically allowing him to marry his brother's widow. Henry has convinced himself that God is punishing him for violating divine law. This conclusion isn't entirely self-serving, though it conveniently aligns with his desires. Henry genuinely believes in divine judgment and biblical authority. He also genuinely wants a legitimate male heir to prevent the civil war that could erupt if he dies without one. And he very definitely wants to marry Anne Boleyn, the dark-eyed lady-in-waiting who has captured his attention and refuses to become his mistress. Anne Boleyn is not the conventional beauty you might expect. Contemporary descriptions suggest she's interesting-looking rather than pretty. Long neck, dark hair, dark eyes, and an extra finger on one hand that she carefully conceals with long sleeves. But she's sophisticated, having spent years at the French court, educated beyond most women of her time, and possessed of that quality that's impossible to define but instantly recognisable. She's fascinating. More importantly, Anne refuses to sleep with Henry without marriage. Her sister Mary had been the king's mistress and had been discarded when he lost interest. Anne has observed this lesson and drawn conclusions. She'll be queen or nothing, which drives Henry absolutely mad with desire and frustration in equal measure. Henry's approach to solving his great matter, as the proposed annulment becomes known, reveals both his intelligence and his limitations. He deploys theologians to argue his case, commissions scholarly opinions from universities across Europe, and has his agent search libraries for precedents. He's treating his marriage like a legal case to be won through superior argument and evidence. Cardinal Wolsey, that brilliant administrator who's managed England for years, finds himself tasked with accomplishing something nearly impossible, convincing Pope Clement VII to annul Henry's marriage to Catherine, who happens to be the aunt of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor who recently sacked Rome and has the Pope essentially under house arrest. It's like asking someone to convince their captor to anger their captor's aunt. Wolsey tries everything: negotiation, persuasion, legal arguments, implied threats. But it's a chess game where the opposing player controls most of the board. The annulment process drags on for years, and during these years, you can feel England beginning to shift. It's subtle at first, like the change in air pressure before a storm. Henry starts questioning papal authority in ways that would have shocked his younger self. If the Pope won't grant what Henry knows is just, perhaps the Pope's authority isn't as absolute as everyone assumed. Protestant ideas have been filtering into England like water seeping through cracks in a dam. Merchants travelling to the continent bring back books by Luther and other reformers. University scholars debate new theological concepts. Someone keeps smuggling English translations of the Bible into the country, though possessing them is heresy. These aren't mainstream views. Most English people remain thoroughly Catholic, but they're creating intellectual space for questioning traditional authority. Henry's personal piety remains intense even as he questions papal power. He still hears multiple masses daily, still observes fasts and holy days, and still makes pilgrimages to important shrines. But he's developing a distinction in his mind between the eternal truths of Christianity and the institutional structures of the Catholic Church. If those structures stand between him and what he's convinced God wants, perhaps the structures need adjustment. The English clergy finds itself in an impossible position. They owe allegiance to both their king and their pope, which works fine until those two authorities want opposite things. Some clergy, particularly those who've studied Reformed theology, start suggesting that perhaps national churches should govern themselves. Others remain firmly committed to papal supremacy, which is brave but increasingly dangerous. Thomas Cranmer, a Cambridge scholar with quiet manners and radical ideas, enters Henry's circle during this period. Cranmer suggests that instead of asking the Pope for permission, Henry should simply declare that English religious matters should be decided in England. It's a revolutionary idea wrapped in reasonable-sounding language, and Henry loves it. Here's someone telling him that he's not rebelling against proper authority. He's claiming authority that was rightfully his all along. The break with Rome, when it comes, won't happen in a single dramatic moment. Instead, it will unfold across several years through a series of parliamentary acts and royal declarations, each one taking another step away from papal authority while claiming to restore ancient English liberties. It's revolution disguised as restoration, radical change presented as a return to proper order. But before the formal break, you can feel English society recalibrating. Conversations in taverns include speculation about the king's marriage. Sermons from pulpits begin carefully exploring questions about religious authority. Nobles calculate which side they should support. Families divided by religious conviction navigate increasingly awkward dinners. The foundations are shifting, though the building still looks solid from outside. Henry himself becomes more unpredictable during these years of frustration. He's in his 30s now, no longer the golden youth of his coronation. His leg, injured in a jousting accident, troubles him increasingly. His temper, always quick, becomes quicker. He's used to getting what he wants, and the continued resistance to his annulment offends him both politically and personally. He's the king. Shouldn't that mean something? The thing about Henry that makes him particularly dangerous as a religious revolutionary is that he doesn't think of himself as revolutionary. In his mind, he's defending proper order against papal overreach. He's claiming rights that English kings always possessed but previous generations failed to exercise. He's not breaking with Catholic doctrine. He's breaking with papal authority over England, which in his increasingly firm conviction are entirely different things. The transformation of England's religious life doesn't happen with trumpets and proclamations announcing that everything has changed. Instead, it arrives quietly, almost apologetically, Disguised as administrative reform and legal clarification, in 1531 Henry has Parliament declare him Supreme Head of the Church of England, with the careful qualifier as far as the law of Christ allows, which is just vague enough to let everyone interpret it however they need to. Clergy who find this uncomfortable can focus on the qualifier. Reformers can focus on the main clause. Henry can present it as simple recognition of existing reality. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 removes the qualifier and makes it official. The king, not the pope, is the supreme head of the church in England. If you're a parish priest reading this proclamation to your congregation, you might notice the awkward silence that follows. Your parishioners aren't sure how to react. Nothing looks different. Same church building, same vestments, same Latin Mass. But somehow everything has changed. Thomas Cromwell, who has become Henry's chief minister after Wolsey's fall, approaches the transformation of England with the efficiency of a modern corporate restructurer. Where Wolsey was a cardinal first and an administrator second, Cromwell is purely practical, a blacksmith's son who understands that power comes not from noble birth or church office, but from controlling information and process. Cromwell sends commissioners across England to inventory church property, a process called the Valor Ecclesiasticus. Imagine teams of men with paper and pens visiting your local monastery, counting every candlestick, measuring every acre of land, and calculating every pound of income. They're creating a database of ecclesiastical wealth, though nobody uses that term yet. The monks and nuns watch this inventory process with growing unease, sensing that you don't count things this carefully unless you're planning to take them. The dissolution of the monasteries begins in 1536 with the smaller houses, those with annual incomes under $200. The official justification involves moral failings, laziness, and corruption, though most monasteries probably function no better or worse than they have for centuries. The real reason is simpler. Henry needs money. Wars with France have depleted his father's carefully accumulated treasury, and hundreds of monasteries collectively own somewhere between a quarter and a third of England's land. If you're living near a monastery in 1536, you watch with mixed feelings as the commissioners arrive. The monastery provided employment for local people, bought supplies from local merchants, operated a hospital that treated anyone who showed up, ran a school where boys learned to read and write, and gave food to the poor every week. It's also wealthy while paying no taxes, holds ancient rites that sometimes burden the community, and houses monks whose behaviour isn't always as spiritual as their vows suggest. The dissolution process is surprisingly bureaucratic. Commissioners inventory the property, pension off the monks and nuns, and sell the valuable items: gold and silver plate, lead from the roofs, bells from the towers, and even the stone from the buildings themselves. Local people sometimes buy chunks of monastery to build their own houses, which means 600 years later, someone will be living in a cottage whose walls include stones that once echoed with Gregorian chant. The speed of physical transformation is startling. A monastery that stood for 400 years can be stripped and partially demolished in months. Visit the site a year later, and you'll find ruins open to the sky, ivy already beginning to reclaim walls, and locals using the old chapter house as a sheep pen. The destruction is so complete that people will later assume these ruins must be ancient. Surely nothing so recent could look so thoroughly lost, but the transformation goes deeper than dismantling buildings. The dissolution eliminates the entire monastic network that provided social services across England. Hospitals close, schools disappear, the regular distribution of food to the poor stops. Travellers lose their free accommodation. Monasteries that copied manuscripts and preserved learning are gone. It's like simultaneously shutting down hospitals, hotels, schools, libraries, and social welfare offices across an entire nation. Some communities resist. In northern England, the Pilgrimage of Grace brings together thousands of people. Not just monks, but farmers, merchants and local nobles, demanding restoration of the monasteries and the old ways. It's the largest popular uprising of Tudor England, and Henry handles it with his characteristic combination of promises and ruthlessness. He makes concessions, waits for the rebels to disperse, then arrests the leaders and executes them. By the time he's finished, nobody else wants to lead a rebellion. The larger monasteries fall between 1538 and 1540. Even the great houses like Glastonbury Abbey, that once seemed as permanent as the hills themselves. The dissolution transfers an enormous amount of property into royal hands, which Henry immediately begins selling or granting to loyal supporters. It's the largest redistribution of property in England since the Norman conquest, and it creates a class of landowners whose wealth depends on the religious changes continuing. You can't go back to the old system without dispossessing thousands of newly wealthy families who now have strong interests in maintaining the new order. Religious practice itself changes more gradually. The Latin Mass continues in most parishes, looking and sounding almost identical to what it's always been. But small changes appear like cracks in familiar surfaces. Certain feast days are eliminated. Shrines to saints are dismantled and their treasures seized. Pilgrimages, once a standard part of religious life, are discouraged. The veneration of relics, those bits of bone and cloth supposedly from saints, is criticised as superstition. English Bibles begin appearing in churches, enormous volumes chained to lecterns so nobody can steal them. For people who can read, this is revolutionary. They can now check whether the priest's Latin sermon actually reflects what the text says. For people who can't read, which is most people, someone in the community usually can, and Bible reading becomes a communal activity as people gather to hear scripture in their own language. The theological changes are more subtle. Henry insists he's maintained Catholic doctrine even while rejecting papal authority. The 6 Articles of 1539 reaffirm traditional beliefs about transubstantiation, clerical celibacy, and confession. But the door has been opened to questioning, and once you start questioning one form of authority, it becomes harder to insist on unquestioning acceptance of others. Thomas Cranmer, now Archbishop of Canterbury, begins carefully, cautiously, pushing England toward more Protestant positions. He's a brilliant politician who understands that Henry won't accept dramatic changes, so he works incrementally. A modification to the liturgy here, a revised prayer there, slowly shifting the service away from medieval Catholic practice towards something more reformed. The chantries come under scrutiny next. These are endowments for priests to say masses for the dead, based on the Catholic doctrine of purgatory. Wealthy people have for centuries left money to pay for prayers that will shorten their time in purgatory's purifying fires. If you question purgatory's existence, these endowments become pointless, and the property supporting them becomes available for other purposes, like funding the king's government. Daily life for ordinary English people becomes religiously confusing. Your grandparents taught you to pray to saints, to make pilgrimages, and to purchase indulgences. The old priest emphasised these practices as essential for salvation. The new priest says they're superstition. You're supposed to stop venerating relics, but continue believing in transubstantiation. You should read the Bible in English, but maintain traditional liturgy in Latin. It's like trying to follow rules that keep changing without anyone quite explaining the new system. The destruction of religious art represents a particularly visible loss. Parish churches contained centuries of accumulated beauty. Painted walls showing biblical scenes, stained glass windows depicting saints, elaborate wooden screens carved by local craftsmen, and statues that children had always known. Commissioners order this art destroyed as idolatrous, and people watch as beauty accumulated over generations is whitewashed, smashed, or carted away. Something about this destruction feels wrong even to people who support reform. Must transformation require such comprehensive elimination of the past? The religious upheaval reshapes English daily life in ways both obvious and subtle, like water changing course and cutting new channels through a familiar landscape. Your morning still begins with bells, but fewer bells than before. The monastic hours that once punctuated each day with their bronze voices have fallen silent, leaving only parish church bells to mark the passing time. The absence is like missing teeth in a smile. You don't notice until you do, and then you can't stop noticing. The calendar itself has changed. Those feast days that once dotted the year like raisins in a pudding, giving breaks from labour and reasons for community celebration, have been drastically reduced. The new religious authorities consider many saints' days to be superstitious excess, but to working people, they will welcome breaks in the grinding routine of labour. Fewer holy days means more work days, which pleases employers but not employees. Food culture shifts in unexpected ways. The Catholic Church required fasting on Fridays and during Lent. No meat, though fish was permitted. This created a huge market for fish, supporting coastal communities and providing nutrition to people who might not otherwise afford protein. As Protestant ideas spread and fasting requirements are questioned, the fish trade suffers. Parliament eventually has to pass laws requiring fish consumption on certain days for purely economic reasons, which creates the odd situation of enforcing religious dietary rules for commercial purposes after abandoning them for spiritual reasons. The poor feel the dissolution of monasteries most acutely. That weekly distribution of food from the abbey is gone. The hospital that treated anyone who arrived no longer exists. The monks who provided education to clever children from poor families have dispersed. The travellers' accommodation has closed. The result is more people with nowhere to turn when times are hard, which in the 16th century is frequently. Parishes find themselves responsible for poor relief without the resources monasteries once provided. The parish has to care for its own poor, which sounds reasonable, until you realise poor people can't travel to find work without losing their parish residence, effectively trapping them in poverty. It's like deleting the social safety net and replacing it with a smaller, less effective local version, while pretending you've improved things. Education transforms from religious to secular control, though the transition takes decades and leaves gaps. Monastery schools have vanished. Cathedral schools continue but with different emphasis. Grammar schools begin appearing, funded by merchant money or wealthy individuals rather than religious houses. The education is still heavily religious. You can't escape that in Tudor England, but its purpose shifts from training clergy to training gentlemen and professionals. The English language itself begins changing as religious vocabulary transforms. Words like priest acquire different implications depending on whether you're Protestant or Catholic. Church might mean the building, the community of believers, or the institutional structure, and which meaning you intend says something about your religious position. The Bible in English introduces Hebrew and Greek concepts directly into common speech, enriching the language even as religious controversy divides communities. Women's roles shift in complex ways. The dissolution of nunneries eliminates the one respectable option for women who didn't want to marry, or whose families couldn't provide dowries. Before the dissolution, an educated woman could become a prioress or abbess, managing substantial property and wielding real authority. After the dissolution, that path no longer exists. Marriage becomes more thoroughly compulsory, which isn't liberation even if Protestant theology emphasises companionate marriage over Catholic acceptance of celibacy. Architecture begins changing, though gradually. New houses built by families who bought monastery lands look different from medieval styles, more Renaissance influence, more classical proportions, and larger windows now that clear glass is becoming more available. The country houses rising on former monastery land represent a new class of gentry, whose wealth comes from royal favour and land speculation rather than ancient inheritance. The art of dying changes significantly. Catholic tradition included elaborate rituals surrounding death, last rites, prayers for the dead, and masses purchased to shorten time in purgatory. Protestant theology questions purgatory's existence, which removes the urgency around deathbed preparations while also eliminating the comfort many people found in believing they could help deceased loved ones through prayer and paid masses. Guilds and confraternities, those medieval organisations that combined professional organisation with religious brotherhood, find their religious functions questioned. The guild still regulates who can practice certain trades, but the shared masses, the processions on patron saints' days, and the religious obligations that bound members together, these are increasingly problematic. Some guilds adapt, others decline, and urban community life becomes somehow more commercial and less communal. Publishing explodes as religious controversy creates demand for books and pamphlets arguing different positions. Print shops in London and other cities churn out Bibles, prayer books, theological treatises, and controversial pamphlets. The government tries to control this through licensing and censorship, but books are small and smuggling is easy. Ideas spread faster than authorities can suppress them, which is both thrilling and frightening depending on which ideas you support. Music in churches shifts from elaborate polyphony sung by trained choirs to simpler hymns that congregations can actually sing together. The glorious complexity of late medieval church music is being replaced by something more participatory, but perhaps less transcendent. If you love that soaring polyphony, this feels like loss. If you always felt excluded by Latin hymns you couldn't understand sung by professionals you couldn't match, the change feels like finally being invited to participate. The rhythm of the week changes as Sunday becomes more strictly observed. Protestant emphasis on Sabbath rest means fewer of the entertainments that once accompanied holy days. No dancing, no plays, and no excessive merrymaking on the Lord's Day. This creates a peculiarly English Sunday, quiet, sober, and boring to children then and now, but also theoretically a day of rest that even servants and apprentices should receive. Legal changes ripple through daily life. Church courts, which once handled cases involving morality, marriage, wills, and defamation, lose jurisdiction to secular courts. This sounds technical until you realise it affects where you go if your neighbour slanders you, how you contest a will, or how you prove your marriage is valid. The familiar systems people relied on for generations are being replaced with new structures that work differently and require different expertise. Market days continue as always. The need to buy and sell predates any religious controversy, but the character of markets shifts subtly. Fewer religious festivals means fewer special market days. The dissolution of monasteries eliminates major institutional buyers of agricultural products. Former monastery land being converted to sheep pasture by new owners changes what's being produced. The invisible hand of the market is adjusting to religious upheaval in ways economists won't theorise about for centuries. Travel becomes simultaneously easier and harder. Easier because you no longer have to coordinate pilgrimages around the religious calendar or obtain permissions from church authorities. Harder because the network of monastic guest houses has vanished, leaving travellers dependent on commercial inns that cost money. The highways are more crowded with people seeking work after losing positions in dissolved religious houses, which makes roads both busier and potentially more dangerous. Family life absorbs these changes like a sponge absorbs water, gradually pervasively changing texture in the process. Parents who grew up in thoroughly Catholic England must raise children in this new, confused religious landscape. Do you teach your daughter to pray to the Virgin Mary as you were taught? Or is that now a dangerous superstition? Do you tell your son about purgatory, or has that been definitively rejected? The answers depend on which priest is currently preaching, which faction is currently dominant, and how willing you are to risk being labelled either heretic or papist. The English language of religion is creating unexpected intimacy with Scripture. When you hear the Bible in Latin, it sounds sacred, mysterious, and authoritative. When you hear it in English, it sometimes sounds strange or even shocking. The Song of Solomon is quite explicit once you understand it. The prophet's complaints about Israel's unfaithfulness use metaphors that make sense but aren't exactly polite dinner conversation. Suddenly, Scripture is both more accessible and more difficult to explain to children. Neighbourliness grows complicated as religious divisions cut through communities. Your neighbour with whom you've lived peacefully for years turns out to hold different views about transubstantiation, which shouldn't matter except that it increasingly does. Do you associate with known Catholics at risk of being suspect yourself? Do you shun reformers even though you've known them since childhood? These aren't theoretical questions. They're the stuff of daily social navigation in a time when religious positions carry political consequences. Clothes don't change dramatically, but they become markers of religious affiliation in subtle ways. Sober colours and simple cuts suggest Protestant sympathies, while elaborate decoration might indicate Catholic leanings, though these associations are fluid and unreliable. Looking too Catholic can be dangerous, but looking too Protestant can also attract negative attention. Fashion becomes a negotiation between personal preference and political prudence. Entertainment adapts to the new religious landscape. The mystery plays that once dramatised biblical stories during religious festivals are increasingly problematic. They're religious instruction but also performance. Catholic in origin but popular with everyone. Traditional but potentially heretical depending on current theological position. Some continue with modifications, others disappear, leaving gaps in community life that nothing quite replaces. Furniture in homes gradually changes as Protestant theology emphasises word over image. That small altar in the corner where your grandmother kept candles and a picture of the Virgin becomes awkward. Do you remove it and risk offending older family members, or keep it and risk visits from officials checking for Catholic sympathies? Many families compromise. The altar is quietly dismantled, but the picture is kept in a drawer just in case. The pub, that essential English institution, becomes more important as church-centred community life diminishes. When holy days no longer provide regular community gatherings, people need other places to meet, talk, and maintain social bonds. The alehouse serves this function, though religious authorities frequently complain about how much time people spend drinking instead of attending services or reading scripture. Children growing up in this era of transformation experience a different England than their parents knew. They learn English prayers instead of Latin ones, read English Bibles in church, and never know a world with monasteries. To them, the changes their parents describe sound like fairy tales about a lost world. They can't quite imagine what was lost because they've only known what replaced it. Seasonal rhythms shift as agricultural practice adapts to new land ownership patterns. The great monastic estates, once managed for long-term sustainability and community support, are being divided, sold, consolidated and managed for profit. Former common lands are being enclosed, and former monastery fields are being converted to more lucrative uses. The landscape itself is being reorganised according to economic logic, rather than traditional usage rights. Death, always a constant companion in the 16th century, becomes religiously uncertain. The elaborate Catholic funeral rites, the prayers, the paid masses, the belief that the living could help the dead, provided both comfort and structure for grief. Protestant theology offers different comfort. The deceased is in God's hands, prayer can't change their fate, which some find liberating and others find cold. Grief remains, but the approved ways of expressing and addressing it have changed. By the time Henry VIII dies in 1547, England has become something unprecedented. A nation that's Catholic in doctrine but Protestant in governance, traditional in practice but radical in theory, conservative by royal decree but unsettled in popular opinion. The England Henry leaves behind is thoroughly confused about its religious identity, which is partly his doing and partly the inevitable result of trying to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority. It's like trying to follow a recipe while substituting different ingredients and insisting the result is the original dish. But something deeper has shifted beyond the specific theological positions. England has discovered that it can exist independently of continental approval. For centuries, English kings looked to the Pope for legitimacy, to France for cultural standards, and to Rome for intellectual authority. Henry's break with Rome, whatever its motivation, has forced England to develop its own answers to religious and political questions. The English Bible, which Henry authorised despite his conservative theology, proves transformative in ways nobody initially anticipated. Now that ordinary people can read scripture themselves, they start developing their own interpretations. Religious authority becomes less about receiving instruction and more about individual understanding, which is fundamentally Protestant even when the reader doesn't identify as Protestant. The dissolution of monasteries has redistributed so much property that thousands of families now have vested interest in preventing Catholic restoration. They've bought monastery lands, built houses on them, and established their fortunes through Henry's religious policies. Going back to the old system would impoverish them, so they become committed defenders of the new order even if they don't particularly care about theology. Parliament has grown stronger through its role in authorising religious changes. Henry needed parliamentary acts to break with Rome. dissolve monasteries, and establish royal supremacy. Each act increased Parliament's importance and set precedents for legislative authority over matters that were previously considered royal prerogative. England is accidentally developing constitutional government while trying to manage religious transformation. The English language has gained prestige through its religious use. When the Bible, prayer book and religious instruction all appear in English rather than Latin, the language stops being merely vernacular and becomes worthy of serious literature and scholarship. This linguistic nationalism will eventually contribute to an extraordinary flowering of English literature, though Shakespeare is still decades in the future. National identity is forming around these religious changes in ways that will last centuries. To be English will increasingly mean to be Protestant, while to be Catholic will seem somehow foreign. This association is unfair to English Catholics, who are as thoroughly English as anyone, but it becomes embedded in national consciousness. English patriotism and Protestant identity become intertwined in ways that shape everything from politics to poetry. The Royal Navy, which will eventually make England a global power, is growing during this period partly because Henry's break with Rome makes continental Catholic powers potential enemies. Island nations need strong navies, and England is learning this lesson through religious controversy. The ships being built during Henry's later years will defend England against Spain, and eventually control sea lanes that connect continents. Education is expanding even as its religious character shifts. Grammar schools are being founded, sometimes on the property of dissolved monasteries, teaching Latin, Greek and increasingly English to boys whose fathers can afford to send them. These schools will produce the next generation of administrators, clergy, lawyers and writers who will run Elizabethan England and create its cultural achievements. The printing press, which arrived in England just decades before Henry's break with Rome, has become a tool of religious transformation. Every theological pamphlet, every English Bible, and every prayer book represents technology enabling religious change. In an era without electronic media, print is revolutionary, making ideas portable, permanent, and reproducible in ways that oral culture never allowed. English cooking loses some of its medieval complexity as fish days are reduced and spices become less essential for preserving meat. The elaborate cuisine of the late Middle Ages, with its emphasis on strong flavours and exotic ingredients, gradually gives way to something simpler, heartier, and more focused on the quality of basic ingredients. English food is developing its reputation for plainness, though whether this is progress is debatable. Architecture is creating a distinctly English style that combines medieval Gothic traditions with Renaissance classical influences and Protestant simplicity. The great houses being built by Henry's courtiers and their successors will define English architectural taste for centuries. Those long galleries, those symmetrical facades, and those elaborate gardens designed for entertaining rather than monastic contemplation. Music is diverging from continental Catholic traditions while developing its own character. English composers are creating works that reflect the Protestant emphasis on text comprehension, while maintaining the sophisticated musical tradition that England has always possessed. The music of Thomas Tallis and his contemporaries sounds distinctly English, in ways that earlier church music, based on continental models, did not. The concept of loyalty is being redefined. For centuries, English people owed allegiance to king, country and pope, in a hierarchy that usually didn't conflict. Henry's break with Rome forced a choice. When king and pope disagreed, which authority was supreme? England chose the king, establishing a pattern of national loyalty over religious obedience that will shape English identity through future centuries. Women's literacy is slowly increasing as Protestant emphasis on Bible reading extends to daughters as well as sons. If everyone should read scripture, then girls need education too, at least enough to read the Bible and prayer book. This isn't equality. Girls' education remains limited compared to boys, but it's a foundation that future generations will build upon. The merchant class is growing wealthier and more confident. The men who bought monastery lands, who trade with the continent, and who finance ventures to the Americas are developing economic power that will eventually translate into political influence. Tudor England is accidentally creating the conditions for capitalism while trying to solve religious controversies. Regional distinctions are becoming more pronounced as religious changes affect different areas unevenly. The North, more conservative and more attached to monasteries, resists changes that the South accepts more readily. Wales and Cornwall, with their distinct languages and cultures, experience religious transformation differently than England proper. Unity is more aspiration than reality. The legal profession expands as religious changes create endless litigation. Questions about property rights from dissolved monasteries, validity of marriages under changing rules, and enforcement of religious conformity all require lawyers. The Inns of Court training lawyers in London are becoming more important, creating a professional class that will influence England's political development for centuries. Henry's personal life continues chaotically through these years of national transformation. He marries Jane Seymour, who gives him the son he desperately wanted, Edward, but dies shortly after childbirth. He marries Anne of Cleves in a political alliance that fails immediately because Henry finds her unattractive. He marries Catherine Howard, who is young enough to be his granddaughter, then executes her for adultery. Finally, he marries Catherine Parr, who manages to outlive him partly through extraordinary tact and partly through luck. Each marriage, each divorce, or each execution reinforces that the king's personal life and England's religious policies are inseparable. Henry wanted an annulment, couldn't get papal permission, broke with Rome, and in the process transformed a nation. Its cause and effect operating on a scale usually reserved for wars or plagues, except the catalyst was one man's desperate desire for a legitimate son and his equally strong conviction that God supported his claim. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps refreshing that warm drink, let's contemplate what Henry VIII left behind. Not just the obvious political and religious changes, but the subtle ways his reign reshaped how England thought about itself and its place in the world. Henry died in January 1547, enormously fat, probably weighing over 300 pounds, in constant pain from his ulcerated leg, and convinced of his own righteousness until the end. His will provided for elaborate prayers for his soul, despite Protestant questioning of prayers for the dead, because Henry never stopped being Catholic in his own mind, even as he destroyed Catholic institutional power in England. His son Edward VI, that desperately wanted male heir, ruled for only 6 years before dying at 15. During Edward's brief reign, Protestant reformers pushed England further from Catholic practices than Henry ever intended. The Latin Mass disappeared, replaced with English prayer services. Priests were allowed to marry, church interiors were whitewashed and stripped of remaining decoration. Henry's attempt to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority collapsed into something much more thoroughly Protestant. Then came Mary, Henry's daughter, by Catherine of Aragon, who tried desperately to reverse her father's religious policies and restore England to Catholic obedience. Her 5-year reign saw the return of papal authority, the restoration of some monasteries, and the burning of Protestant heretics, which earned her the nickname Bloody Mary, and ensured that her religious policies would die with her. You can't reverse a generation of change through force, especially when so many people have economic interest in maintaining the new system. Finally, Elizabeth I, Henry's daughter by Anne Boleyn, created what became known as the Elizabethan settlement, a moderate Protestant church that retained some traditional practices while firmly rejecting papal authority. Elizabeth understood what her father, brother and sister had not, that most English people wanted religious stability more than doctrinal purity. They were exhausted by change, frightened by religious violence, and ready for someone to simply make decisions and stick with them. The Church of England that emerged from this Tudor tumult was something unique. Protestant in theology but Catholic in structure, Reformed in doctrine but traditional in practice, independent of Rome but connected to Christian history. It was Henry's compromise, extended and elaborated, made workable through Elizabeth's political genius, and the English people's practical acceptance that this was preferable to continued turmoil. The dissolution of monasteries permanently altered the English landscape. Those ruins you can still visit, Rievaulx, Fountains, Tintern, are monuments to this transformation. 600 years of Benedictine, Cistercian and Augustinian life ended in a decade, and the physical remnants became romantic ruins that later generations would paint and photograph, forgetting they represented the violent destruction of an entire way of life. The land redistribution created a gentry class that would dominate English politics for centuries. The families who bought monastery lands became the country's governing class, serving as justices of the peace, sitting in Parliament and providing local administration. English governance became less centralised and more based on local elites who had both authority and property, a system that worked surprisingly well until it didn't. English national identity crystallised around these religious changes in ways that Henry couldn't have predicted. To be English came to mean being Protestant, being independent of continental Catholic powers, and being loyal to the crown over the Pope. This identity would shape England's conflicts with Spain and France, its eventual overseas expansion, and its internal politics for centuries. The Act of Supremacy established the principle that Parliament could legislate on religious matters, which was revolutionary even if nobody quite realised it at the time. Religious authority came from law rather than tradition or divine appointment. This principle would eventually extend to all areas of governance, making Parliament supreme and establishing the constitutional monarchy that England still technically maintains. The English Bible proved perhaps the most lasting of Henry's unintended legacies. He authorised it for political reasons, but once ordinary people could read scripture themselves, religious authority could never be purely hierarchical again. Every reader became potentially a theologian. Every interpretation created potential controversy. Authority had to be justified through persuasion rather than simply imposed through position. The destruction of Catholic art and religious culture left gaps that took generations to fill. English music, visual art and literature had to develop new forms that reflected Protestant values while satisfying human aesthetic needs. This eventually produced extraordinary achievements: Shakespeare's plays, the King James Bible, English madrigals, but represented a break with medieval artistic traditions that was both liberating and costly. The social welfare system never recovered from the dissolution of monasteries. England developed poor laws that made parishes responsible for their own poor, but this system was less comprehensive and less generous than what monasteries had provided. The poorest English people were probably worse off after the dissolution than before, which is an irony given the Protestant emphasis on charity and social responsibility. Women lost options without recovering equivalent alternatives. The convents that once provided respectable life choices for women who didn't marry disappeared, while Protestant emphasis on marriage made spinsterhood more problematic. Some women gained from the Protestant emphasis on Bible reading and spiritual equality, but institutional opportunities actually decreased. Henry's personal reputation underwent fascinating transformations over the centuries. To Protestants, he became the hero who freed England from papal tyranny despite his conservative theology. To Catholics, he became the villain who destroyed England's Catholic heritage for personal reasons, despite his initial defence of Catholic doctrine. To moderns, he's often that fascinating monster, brilliant, charismatic, ruthless, and ultimately tragic in his desperate quest for dynasty. The historical debate about whether Henry was a reformer or opportunist, a hero or villain, and a visionary or egotist continues because he was genuinely all of these things. He broke with Rome for personal reasons but created space for genuine religious reform. He brutally suppressed opposition but was sincerely convinced of his righteousness. He destroyed monasteries for money but believed he was correcting religious error. His motives were selfish. His consequences were transformative. The Tudor period's religious turmoil taught England lessons about tolerance that wouldn't be fully learned for generations. The burning of heretics under Mary, the persecution of Catholics under Elizabeth, and the continued conflicts over religious conformity all demonstrated that religious uniformity enforced through violence creates resentment rather than genuine agreement. Eventually, centuries later, England would develop religious tolerance. Though the path would be long and painful, the expansion of literacy that began with English Bibles and prayer books created a reading public that would eventually demand more than religious texts. By Elizabeth's reign, printing presses were producing plays, poems, histories, and practical manuals. The culture of literacy that emerged from religious controversy laid the groundwork for England's literary achievements. Architecture and landscape design reflecting Protestant values, simpler, more focused on function, less concerned with religious symbolism, created distinctly English aesthetic preferences. The great houses with their long galleries and Protestant simplicity, the gardens designed for pleasure rather than contemplation, and the churches stripped of statuary but retaining their basic Gothic structure, all reflected this Protestant transformation of physical space. The Royal Navy's development during and after Henry's reign, partly motivated by the need to defend Protestant England against Catholic powers, eventually made England a global power. The same religious controversies that destroyed monasteries and persecuted dissenters also built the ships that would defeat the Spanish Armada and eventually create a worldwide empire. Legal developments during Henry's reign, particularly Parliament's increased authority and the expansion of secular courts at the expense of church courts, laid foundations for English common law's development. The legal system that emerged from Tudor religious controversies would eventually be exported to England's colonies, influencing legal traditions across multiple continents. The scientific revolution that would flourish in 17th century England was partly enabled by Henry's religious changes. Once religious authority became questionable, all authority became potentially questionable. The habit of questioning established truths in religion transferred to questioning established truths in natural philosophy, creating intellectual space for scientific inquiry. As your warm drink cools and your eyes grow heavy, consider one final thought about Henry VIII and his transformation of England. The changes he initiated continued evolving long after his death, creating consequences he never imagined and solving problems he didn't know existed. The Church of England he created became the foundation for worldwide Anglican communion, spreading across continents as England expanded overseas. Churches from Nigeria to Australia to Canada trace their institutional ancestry to Henry's break with Rome, though they might emphasise Thomas Cranmer's theology over Henry's politics. The English language he elevated through biblical translation became a global language, carried by English speakers across oceans and continents, eventually becoming the international language of business, science, and diplomacy. The King James Bible, published 60 years after Henry's death, shaped English prose style for centuries and remains in print today. The principle of parliamentary supremacy he accidentally strengthened by using Parliament to authorise religious changes became the foundation of English constitutional government. When American colonists argued that Parliament had no authority to tax them without representation, they were invoking principles that emerged partly from Tudor religious controversies. The nationalism he fostered by making England religiously independent contributed to England's resistance to various continental threats. The Spanish Armada, Napoleon's empire, and Hitler's invasion plans. English identity formed around this idea of independence became a resource during times of crisis. But Henry's legacy also includes religious divisions that persisted for centuries. Catholics faced discrimination and legal disabilities in England until the 19th century. The tensions between Protestant and Catholic in Northern Ireland trace partly to the Tudor transformation of religion. Religious strife that Henry's actions initiated killed thousands across multiple generations. The destruction of monasteries and religious art represents cultural loss that can never be fully calculated. We'll never hear the music that was lost, read the manuscripts that were burned, or see the art that was smashed. Every whitewashed church wall represents not just religious transformation, but cultural impoverishment, however necessary reformers considered it. The social welfare gaps created by monastic dissolution took centuries to address through alternative institutions. Modern social security systems are attempting to solve problems that Tudor England created when it destroyed medieval Catholic social infrastructure without providing adequate replacements. Yet without Henry's break with Rome, England might have remained a minor European power, culturally derivative and politically subordinate. The independence, political, religious and intellectual, that emerged from Tudor religious controversies created space for English achievements in everything from literature to science to political philosophy. Shakespeare's plays, written during Elizabeth's reign, emerged from a culture transformed by Henry's actions. The English identity Shakespeare explored and celebrated in his histories and comedies was partly created by his grandfather's generation's experience of religious transformation. The language Shakespeare perfected was enriched by religious controversy and biblical translation. The scientific revolution that produced Newton, Boyle, and other English scientists emerged partly from habits of questioning authority that began with religious reformation. Once people questioned papal authority, intellectual authority of all kinds became potentially questionable, creating space for empirical investigation over traditional explanations. England's distinctive political development, its constitutional monarchy, its parliamentary supremacy, its gradual extension of political rights, connects in complicated ways to religious controversies that began with Henry. Religious tolerance emerged slowly from religious strife. Limited government emerged partly from centuries of negotiating religious settlements that required compromise rather than absolute authority. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that Henry VIII never intended most of what his actions produced. He wanted a son and an annulment. Instead, he triggered changes that reshaped religion, politics, culture, and national identity across centuries. History rarely unfolds as anyone plans. Small decisions combine with structural forces to produce outcomes nobody predicted. The young king who loved theology and wanted to defend Catholic orthodoxy became the man who broke England from Rome. The desperate father seeking a legitimate male heir became the catalyst for religious revolution. The monarch trying to maintain tradition while solving a personal problem became an agent of transformation. England before Henry was one kind of place, medieval, Catholic, looking to the continent for cultural leadership. England after Henry was something different, Protestant, independent, developing its own cultural confidence. The transition was painful and costly, independent, and produced winners and losers across every social class. But it created the foundation for the England that would eventually emerge as a global power, for better and worse. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, you're part of a world Henry helped create. The English language you speak was elevated partly through his religious policies. The ideas about limited government and individual rights that shape modern democracies emerged partly from the English experience of religious transformation. The scientific worldview that produced modern technology developed partly in the intellectual space created by questioning religious authority. Henry VIII died over 470 years ago, but his decisions echo forward into our present. Every time someone questions authority, reads scripture in their own language, or argues that national sovereignty matters, they're continuing conversations Henry helped begin. Though usually without knowing it, sleep well, knowing that history is made not just by great plans and noble intentions, but by human beings pursuing very human desires: love, legitimacy, authority, certainty, in ways that produce consequences far beyond their imagining. Henry wanted a son. Instead, he got a legacy. Whether that's tragedy or triumph depends on your perspective and which aspects of the legacy you're measuring. The bells that once marked monastic hours are silent now, but you can still hear church bells if you listen. The monasteries are ruins, but they're stones-built houses people still inhabit. The old faith disappeared officially, but traces remain in language, culture, and memory. Everything changed. Nothing completely disappeared. That's perhaps the real lesson of Henry's Reformation. Transformation is never as complete as revolutionaries hope or conservatives fear. Rest now, and dream perhaps of a younger, simpler England, where stone monasteries caught the morning light and bells marked the hours, where change came slowly and the old ways seemed eternal. Or dream of the England that emerged, confident, independent, finding its own voice and identity. Both Englands existed, one after the other, separated by a few decades of tumultuous transformation, led by an unlikely revolutionary king who never quite meant to revolutionise anything. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll rise into a world still shaped by those distant Tudor transformations, still wrestling with questions about authority, identity, and faith that Henry's choices made urgent 5 centuries ago. But tonight, rest. Let history become a story, and let the story become the gentle companion of sleep. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognized these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations, and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognized that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specializing in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable skepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalist fears. His essays emphasized checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defense, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers, and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticizing Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals, seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the second's conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancor. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognized that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by banded aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until the wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favoritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger, for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become, for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society. While cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialization truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you, And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, two men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a three-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought. It was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion, or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing, and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood, and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecasts were so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring, it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department, all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions, and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of 2 people, it was the joining of 2 family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids' breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island.